Okay, we are live.
That we are.
Can you hear us okay? How's the microphone? Is the microphone? I think that sounds all right. That should be good. Okay, so we're live. How are you, Gritty? Yes, we wanted to go live. It was actually my brother's idea. We just
Yes.
fuck it. Let's just go live. We're putting some microwavable pizzas. We're putting the oven. You know those pizzas you heat up. Doing something to eat. He's hungry.
Yes.
We wanted to share our experience and what's going on in our lives and talk to nice people like you for a bit.
Exactly. Nice to hear you're doing well, Gritty.
Oh, we'll tell you about, oh my God, the landlord, Busy, rainy Wednesday after yesterday was 100. Yeah, that's very weird weather. Doesn't usually get that hot,
In the northwest.
I was like Pacific Northwest, west of the mountains. It's kind of unusually hot weather. And then, of course, it breaks and you're back to typical. But warmed up today here. It's actually fairly chilly, cool.
Yes.
Today was a bit more humid, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Do we do another? Okay. We'll tell them about our. This is really for us to document. We'll tell them about our day and all that in a bit. Yeah, 75. That's nice. And what did you do? What kind of work did you do today, Gritty? What did you do today? Hello, Lennon Doom. We got the timer going for the pizza. We'll keep an eye on them. All right. So I can start telling a little story, but then people show up and they ask the same fucking questions.
We'll wait a bit to get to the nitty gritty.
Yeah. Get right down to the nitty gritty. You can see the timer in the back. Yeah, the timer. So,
yes.
Oh, what else? So, yes, we'll tell you a bit about our day. We're going to find a place to live. Well, as we all knew, the landlord was going to call and say, hey, and we're trying to work with him. We'll talk all about this. I'd like to. I'll give it a few minutes. I hate to start diving in and people comment, oh, what's going on? I hate that. I know repetition is part of this, but.
All right. So you cleaned the cars on a rainy day. I would have never thought to have done that, but you do what you got to do.
So whose car, like your mother, you, your neighbors, whose cars were you cleaning? When the black bitch called you the Rizzler, did you feel offended that she stares at? Remember, that's not the same nigger bitch who tried to run me over 6 years ago. The one more recently. No, I thought, I'm getting along with a coworker. Wow, maybe I can put right what went wrong and tolerate this nigger bitch. I didn't feel offended by that. I didn't even know what the Rizzler was. I had never seen or heard it. I don't think she did either. I didn't take offense to that. I just said,
give me another beer.
I really don't give a shit. We got more buds in there than the bush I took. Yeah. So that didn't bother me. Well, Lennon, I don't know what world you live in. There are rules for white people, rules for black people. I would never have a chance to sue her for racism. Yeah, but I mean, your cars were dusty, but wouldn't like the natural rain clean them off? I mean, you're cleaning cars.
Why did you have to clean them in the rain?
Hello, OC and Brocy, says Eric Draven.
All right, Draven, what's up?
His pattern's a bit different. He's the kid in Michigan. Who's the Curry, who's on SSI.
What time zone is Michigan again?
Same as us.
The entire state?
I believe. So other parts of the Panhandle that are in Central. I think all of Michigan, but it's Eastern time. It's further west than us. But his sleep pattern's off. He's usually up in like weird hours. So
okay.
He's not usually around. Nice to see you. It's funny. I got a letter from them. Right now, if I log online, it says just waiting. I got a letter from them a few days in the mail saying, I forget what it said. I wanted to call them. I got the regular, okay, you applied. Here's what we talked about. I got the one that said, I forget what it said. Maybe I'll dig it out. It's buried in there somewhere. Something about, I got to call them about it, like, oh, if you're interested in applying, you should do this. But I'm like, I thought I did apply. I applied for SSI and SSDI. So I just have to call those assholes. And I'm going to lose it if I have to go back to work. Because I got to get a job on paper. That's what we want to talk about in a bit. We want to talk. Let's wait till the pizza's almost done. Well, maybe we'll start. Yes. And like I said, when I got that lawyer, when the behemoth threatened to break my jaw, and I'm like, fuck this, because the boss wanted to get me anyway. I had to call like over a dozen lawyers. And I told you, most of them like not interested. A couple said, if you pay us $1,000, we can write a nasty letter. I only found one who agreed to take the case. and the woman who took the case was either fired or left the law firm, and they sort of inherited it. So it's very hard to actually find a lawyer for any of these things. It's so easy to say, just sue them, document it. It's not reality. I got very lucky. I had to relive the fucking story over and over. I got lucky that one agreed to take it on contingency, and the bitch who took it, because I mentioned my autism, I don't know if she had like an autistic relative, and that's why she felt sympathy, but she herself was no longer with the law firm. They wouldn't tell me why. I don't know if she was fired or she just left. Or maybe she was like, I'm planning to leave anyway. So, you know what? I'm going to take this case just to fuck over the boss. So I got very lucky. This one bitch took the case, and the law firm then had to, it was obligated because I signed all the paperwork to see it to conclusion. I got the 13 grand. But yeah, no one wants to take that case. This idea of getting a lawyer and suing, unless you have the money and you want to pay a lot of money to hopefully get something, it's not very easy getting a lawyer. And so a lot of people don't want to bother. What's he talking about? That's what Todd did. I thought Todd got a lawyer because he was in trouble with the one of the psych. Was her name? I forgot her name. Was one psychologist and others got involved saying he was dangerous, and then they got him a lawyer, and it was the lawyer who allegedly recommended that he get a diagnosis of autism. Which also doesn't make sense because, you know, he said he was interested in the diagnosis when he would go to group therapy and people would talk about neat bucks. That's where he got the idea, but this lawyer helped spearhead it. Then he also said, I remember Todd saying once, I probably didn't even need the diagnosis for the case. So it's like, did the lawyer help him get the diagnosis? But he said he knew about the diagnosis from the group therapy.
And there was enough time for him to get the diagnosis before he went to trial.
Mm-hmm. Well, the diagnosis, yes. You can get a diagnosis from, they send him to like some kind of psychologist or neuropsych or something. He should come on and tell the story again for the timeline purposes. The rain will leave dust by itself, but if you spray it more and wipe it real fast, it looks clean. Oh, Gritty, remember, dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Same old song, just a drop of water from Gritty's thing. All we do crashes to the ground, though we refuse to see. Remember, Gritty, everything at the end of the day is dust in the wind. Well, your situation, one, I'm glad you took that initiative. You didn't have any work credits, so SSI was all you were entitled to. You're lucky because your father was on it. Now tell us, did your father get a lawyer? Because your father is on SSDI, I believe, for disability from working in a factory. Did your father use a lawyer? Did he have to appeal? Was he approved the first time? In your case, you had no work credits. And like Todd, Eric Draven had a history of several psych ward stints, and he had a parent on it. So you had some advantages. In your case, I wouldn't bother the lawyer unless you had to appeal. What about your father? Did he get on first try, or did he have to, like, you know? Well, yeah, was he denied? He appealed, or do you remember? Yeah, he's on SSDI. You're on. Draven is on SSI. Same old song, just a drop of water in an endless sea. He had a few tries. It's better to not have any work credits and spend some time in a psych ward, which again goes back to Todd. He worked all those years. He must have been out of work for quite some time before he applied. Enough time went by that they said, okay, despite your old jobs, it's been so many years, you don't have enough work credits to count. So now you're eligible for SSI, the cheaper one, but it's easier to get. So that's, I think, Todd, from the time he stopped working to the time he applied, was a longer time frame than he lets on. Landon Doom asks, OC, would you agree with Matt Destroyer, a.k.a. Matt, Destroyed by Foids, I call him, that you need to cut ties with Laffy Love because she sees you as an oofy-doofy guy? Is Laffy Love a woman?
I have no idea.
I thought Laffy Love was a guy. I thought it was some kid from Oklahoma. Laffy Love's a chick? I had no idea. I seriously, I don't. Laffy Love, the drop cheese, that stupid shit. That's a chick.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? Are you confusing someone else? I thought Laffy Love was a dude. He was a boy.
Yeah, you're a waiter. You mentioned.
Yeah. Laffy Love is male, as I recall. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Laffy Love's a guy, so I don't understand the question.
Unless we're wrong, or you saw something, or you know something.
Well, you got the chick with the anime. That's a lot of chicks. If you're talking about Donda or Cassandra or one of them, who are you talking about? At least know you're before you ask me a question. At least that's why I always tell people go back, watch. Don't just listen to what others tell you. Right off the bat, you think it's Laffy Love. Laffy Love is a dude. So you're not even watching this channel on a steady basis. So, no, I've always had a come as you are channel. I haven't chased people off. I've had a lot of people say, get rid of that guy. And then they change their mind and say he's not so bad. Or I've had people get rid of him. And I say, well, I've had a lot of this. No, I'm very much a come as you are if you come in peace. Well, Cassandra hasn't been around for a while. She's moving too. She's in the process of moving from Arizona to Colorado. But the point is, I guess my criticism, Lennon, no offense, you don't even watch this channel enough. You don't even know the difference between a Laffy and a Cassandra. So you're all right. I'll check.
30-second timer. We'll both check.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be back. We're gonna check
on screen timer. I get you. Yeah, hold on. We'll be right back. We'll take your questions. We'll talk about we'll get a place to rent. We'll talk. We'll talk. Should have done a 1 minute countdown. No, they actually, some of these things, just put them in the oven for X amount of time, and they're still not cooked. Yeah. These little pizza things. We don't want to order pizza, so let's grab these. They were on sale. It was like a big box, and I said, "Fuck it, we'll do this." And they look pretty good. Well, and I usually let them sit in the heat, but I don't want them to be overburned, exactly. So I took them out.
We don't want them to char.
I shut the oven off. If you want to do another batch after, let those cool. We can show them. Where were we? I forget. I didn't expect it to be so hopping tonight. I thought we'd come on and talk about our trip to the apartment we were looking at, and the landlord calling. I wanted to get into the if you got to sneeze. I wanted to get into the brass tacks. Now that it's picked up, you know what I mean. I understand OC, but I'm just saying, would you cut ties with Cassandra? I need a straight answer. No, I feel no. I haven't ever cut ties with anybody. People cut ties with me quite a bit. I've never deliberately cut ties with anyone. Like DBF himself. Him or his people booted me 3 times. I was trying to be there. I remember the last thing they were talking about the old game, Ghosts and Goblins or Ghouls and Ghosts, same thing. And I'm like, I realized none of my types, everything I typed went through. I'm like, after 3 times, fuck this. So I'll walk away if people are being like that. But I've never cut ties with anyone. I don't advocate cutting ties. Usually people cut ties with me because I'm a Spurg. I'm lucky still my brother. You see everything that's happened. We're talking about our parents. No, I don't. I wouldn't cut ties with anyone. What, just because? My name isn't dumb. My name isn't destroyed by Foids. My name isn't whoever some of these fucking people are. I don't think any chick who comes here is in love with me. I don't. And if a chick wants to hang out, whatever her reasons, as long as she's polite and answers questions. And I've criticized Cassandra before, but no, I see no need to cut ties with anybody who comes in peace. No. And I've explained this many, many times. That's why I feel like I understand repetition is par for the course, but what channel are you watching? And why are you taking DBF sent me away, so I said, okay, to hell with this, don't need him. I don't know him. He cut ties with me. Ties are cut. I really don't. He shows up sometimes. I'm polite with him when he comes here. I'm polite with him. I don't bother with him anymore. So if you want to know about me, please watch my channel. Don't don't listen to just, this is one of the biggest criticisms I have. Don't listen to secondhand bullshit. You can always just come and watch and learn. You don't have to listen to someone here. Speaking of whom, hello, Mr. Horsehead. How are you?
Howdy.
We're behind in chat. Yeah, but I say in general. It's not just about me or Cassandra or Strawberry. I'm saying in general. if someone feels the need to go on about someone else, and the person he's going on about with isn't someone he interacts with, like, because how often do we interact with DBF when he shows up here because he still lurks? I said, listen, I made it clear. Listen, after the third banning or the booting, fuck you. It's okay. Bye. No sleep lost. No skin. That I don't care about. So that's kind of funny. He cut ties with me, but didn't disappear. I don't break ties with anyone. It's just if you're gonna treat me like that, well, okay. But like I said, whenever someone's going on about another person, and these two don't really interact too often, you should say, well, what's your agenda? You don't even know the guy anymore. So I would say keep an open mind, climb the stair. Lennon. Why should we break ties with Cassandra? Because she's female, or she comes around too much looking for attention?
That's what Horsehead asked. That's interesting.
Yeah. What's the problem? Like, why?
Yeah.
What's the problem here? Oh, you don't want to waste time with the female audience. Doesn't DBF have some chicks who watch him? Okay. Hello again, Horsehead. How are you? Yeah, you start eating. I'm gonna give it a minute and put it on this blue. And I'll preheat the oven. Throw in. You can talk. I'll throw the next batch in. Yes. I shut the oven off because we need the tray. It's too high. No, this isn't really Spurg drama. I want to talk about my own life drama, which in part is due to me being a Spurg. I don't talk about this shit, but like I said, it's come as you are. People might say, "Get rid of Lennon. He's asking nasty questions." No, he can ask his questions, but the moral of the story isn't so much the online Spurg drama. It's in life in general. Always, I'm trying to tell people, think. I've told you, if someone says, "Hey, I don't really like that guy," okay, I'll listen to what you're saying. I'll keep it in mind, but I've got to make the decision for myself.
Yes.
You got to start going, well, what? Why do you say you don't like him? Is it something? Is he really that bad a person, or do you have some agenda? And you're trying to. Don't be brainwashed. Don't be influenced. Think for yourself. It's very hard for most people, is what I'm seeing.
That is nice.
Yeah, we can also get back to Horse, the vacation, whatever we were talking about. That's like, I think Horse and I, we can get in disagreements. I'm a Spurg, I'm pedantic. But it doesn't mean you're dead to me forever, all ties cut. That's not how I operate, and I don't think that's how Horse operates. There are many people here who wish I operated that way or wish others would operate that way. And Lennon, they'll try to influence you to operate that way. Don't fall into the trap. We can also talk. I saw the comment. I'll pull that up too. I want to talk about us, but let's talk about the online Spurg drama or whatever. Okay.
Yes.
That's correct. That's why they're online all the time. I'm at least telling you what's going on in my non-existent but still existent life. But people just online chronicle. What the hell are they doing?
You can jump down and chat. Oh, this is kind of fluffy.
I want to go to pizza. You're going to go to pizza? Or?
Oh, yeah.
I'll put this guy in a timeout. Hold on. How do I time him out? Put user in a timeout. Okay, we'll get rid of that. Okay. Where was I? So, yes, I want to discuss things. You're hungry. Why don't you help yourself? Tell me how it came out. Grab a pizza. We got two boxes. They had nine pieces of pizza. They're actually three long pieces that are subdivided. So... Actually, no. Wait, they're full size, aren't they? Yeah. They can be broken up. So no, we do have 9 full sizes. Okay, so the big rib. I got plain. All they had was plain pepperoni. I love pepperoni. He can't stand pepperoni, so I got a plain and a pepperoni. I made some pepperoni for me. He's gonna grab some plains. You want to add some seasonings or salts or any shit? Or hope they're not too burned though. I can put the next batch in. Is this dying? Well, that's another reason why I think Gritty and I are kindred spirits. He knows what it's like. Like, who are these fucking weirdos? What's their obsession? It's what the fuck? You gotta ask, what is their obsession with this? Do they feel snubbed? Did Gritty do something? If so, they should flat out say, here's why I don't like Gritty, instead of playing silly games. I'm asking you, not people like that, the third party, the observers, to think. Think for yourselves. Climb the stair. Okay, so where was I? All right. How is it? Meh. Oh, you got all 3?
Yeah.
You want to get on camera, or do you want to? You can get on camera if you want.
Yeah, unless you want me to go away.
No, you can watch him if you feel okay with it.
Yeah.
You can watch him do a.
It's quite tasty.
Quite tasty.
Yeah.
You should probably just put one at a time.
I added some Italian seasoning.
And these are just like microwavable or oven, just the frozen food aisle. Just grab them real quick. Because we think about getting a real pizza. I'm like, money's tight and fucking enough time. Just throw these in the oven. All right. Yes, we get into petty, and there are people who will say, it's really be careful. Get rid of Horse. He's a, or Seahorse, OC is a terrible spur. You should hate him too. It's like, no, we get into these petty things. We might get into it again. I don't feel any hatred or ill will. And just because you get into a petty something with someone doesn't mean all or not. I guess a lot of people struggle with this. I guess maybe I've gotten to tiffs with others and they take it so personally. They get on the we must destroy him bandwagon. I don't know. But this is sort of a different environment. And the environment that Lennon is asking about isn't the kind of environment that I want to have. So you can watch me and see if this is the place for you. If you want, you can stick around. If not, you can leave. But this is my name's not Destroyed by Foids. My name's not Depressed and Wanted Men. I'm Occupational Click. My name's not Todd. I've never claimed to be these people. He's showing you. You can see it. We're behind in chat again. Speaking of which, where was it? Let me share screen. Hold on. I want to go back for a moment. Let's see here. I forgot about this, but I saw this comment today. Okay. This was our last stream, our last grill stream, which I think was our last stream before this one, penultimate. And I called it Christmas in July because we found some old Christmas plates, which were perfect to put steaks and pork chops on. So I called it Christmas in July. And the thing came up again. You never went back and watched the stream before where Horse told me the story. But the thing, Horse and I were going, well, it's like another thing I really like about Horse. We get into a tiff about that, but it's like Horse. For the most part, Horse is correct about other things. Like he said, the landlords, of course, we know the landlords eventually want the house back. We spoke to the landlord. We want to share that. And I know the anxiety of two people being out of work. So I on the whole, I was getting, they'll be nitpicking over the luxury of the trauma you have. But the point is, I got a lovely comment from, let's see here. This is Dev Pike, Danny. And he writes, I'll address him here. He writes, if you look, actually, let's make it big enough to read. Okay. And we see this. He writes, if everyone else's account is wrong apart from yours across multiple people over and over again, you are the one in delusion, numbnuts. Your account has to be wrong de facto. If the venerated Horse is calling you out as fabricating his own story back to him, you again are the one making things up to be right, numbnuts. My point gets proven over time, over and over again, out. Okay. What I wanted to say about this comment, again, like I was saying to Lennon, forget about me or DBF or Cassandra or whoever. This comment in general, the logic behind it is worrisome. If everyone else says you're wrong, you're wrong. I don't believe that. A person can be wrong, a person can be right. I don't believe that because we know a majority of people can be wrong about something. We have plenty of cases of how many witch burnings and lynch mobs and Galileo, the Earth is round. Well, no, all the priests and the alchemists say it's flat. So time and time again, you're wrong. I'm not claiming to be any kind of genius. What I'm saying in general, don't fall into that trap of thinking, well, if everyone else said this, then you're the one who's wrong. That's not always so. I'm not talking about this specific case. I'm just talking about in general. To make a statement like that is very dangerous, not very intelligent, scary. And I think for some people, they think there's a safety in being part of the group, part of the lynch mob. If you're right in the outs with them, if you can't beat them, join them. That doesn't work. They'll string you up too. So I would caution anybody against that kind of mentality. When I was reading that, I'm like, this guy really thinks that's how you state your case. And it's funny because I guess Danny thinks I'm his enemy or something. I don't hate Danny. He's just another one. Danny's a great example, like DBF. Danny thought he could emulate DBF. He did the same thing. He cut ties with me. He initiated. I said, okay, that's how you feel. Bye. Don't want to go to DBF's chat anymore. Don't want to talk to Danny anymore. You guys want to cut ties with me? Bye-bye. But of course, they want to come back. So, and I'm polite with them. But no, I didn't cut ties with Dev Pike, despite many people saying, get rid of him. Dev Pike. I said, no, let him speak. And Dev Pike himself said, get rid of this guy, Xenesis. His jawline Mogsars. Now they're best buddies because I gave Xenesis a chance. So Dev Pike, in general, don't fall into that logical fallacy of thinking, well, if everyone says X and you say Y, then clearly you're wrong because everyone knows better. How many times would Dev Pike go on about normies, the masses, normies being wrong, morons? His whole philosophy seemed to be majority isn't always correct. Now he's using this it's like he doesn't believe in anything. He's going back to like circular logic of well, the normies say it's true, and everyone says it's true. It's you. But what's funny is if Danny didn't think we were at war, he'd be saying the opposite. He'd be saying, "Oh, see, you were right again. Horsehead's a normie piece of shit who's lying and changing his story." So it's almost like Danny just says whatever, depending on how he's feeling. Very emotional in the moment. And I try to, we all get emotional. Try to use some rationale. Try to use some logical thought, logical thinking. As far as me and Horse, again, like I said, we get into tiffs over this. We're not argue about it again. That doesn't mean we're enemies. Danny didn't get that. He seemed to think it was all or not. I can go back and find the Discord things he sent to me before he got the last 0. I was telling him, don't do it. Don't try to go after dumb. Don't try to appeal to a group, especially a group who hates you. It's bad. All this happened. And I guess Danny still won't learn his lesson, but in general, I told Lennon, don't just, if someone's going on and on and on about someone else, I'd say, okay, I'll keep it in mind, but I can make my own decision. And if you guys aren't close, why are you say, what is your agenda? Think. And instead of saying, oh, see, they said this about you. How do you explain that? Well, ask, I told fucking, what's his name? Kevin Mebanks regarding white computer power. What's going on with you and white computer power? Ask him, asshole. You can see he's got a problem with me. Same thing. If these people, you should ask them, why do you have a problem? Instead of asking me to clarify, and then it came that I was put to blame for every story told about me. It's like, guys, start thinking. All right, where was we? I wanted to get on to our day, but how I can put some more. I'll put another thing of pizza in. Talk to Bro C for a moment. Let me put the next round in. Sound good?
Sounds good.
I'll reheat the oven. It's hot, so it shouldn't take too long. It told us the box. What did the box say? It said 420 for.
It said 425 for 14 minutes. We did 430 for maybe 15 or 16.
Was it over? Was it just past the sweet spot or okay? Or?
No, it's still pretty good.
So I'll do 430. We'll do about 15 minutes.
Yeah, so this oven is old, and it was like the cheaper model, so it might not be operating correctly, but we're doing what we can. And yeah, this is called Elio's Pizza. And I'm somewhere. Yeah.
We can show them the box here.
Yeah, I do need another beer. So no, it's not Totino's. It's Elio's.
Maybe we should make them all.
Okay, whatever. I'm pretty sure Elio's is national, but some of you starlings out west, do you know what Elio's is? Do you have Elio's?
What is it? Elio's or Elio's? It might be Elio's. There's two L's. Elio's. It was just in the frozen food section. I grabbed it, and you open it up. I got two. This is plain, and I got a pepperoni, and they come three to a thing, and there's 3 things of 3, so there's 9 in total. So I'm gonna make them all. Why not? And they're okay. They're not as good as real pizza, but in a pinch, something cheap and quick. And so yeah, it's called. I always said Elio's because there's 2 Elio's. Yeah, he says Elio's. Elio's. Yeah, so that's it. Just put in the oven, and it says the instructions read 11 to 14 minutes at 425. I don't. The oven's kind of fucked up, but sometimes the instructions are kind of overly cautious. I'll do 430 for about 15. But now the oven's hot, so So this is Elio's Pizza. This is the pepperoni. See? Yeah, I haven't. Maybe there's regional. I don't know.
All right, Horse, if it's not pizza, what are your other options? Okay, so you can get pizza, you can get Chinese, you can get Burger King. What are you discussing? What do you have to choose from? Now, we once got pizzas like this from another store, and we did try to grill it. They got burned on the bottom. Okay, so your wife can make a nice chicken dinner, or you can get pizza.
Chicken dinner? Wait a minute. Chicken dinner? Did I hear chicken dinner?
Well, no.
Did I hear, is chicken dinner here? Where's chicken dinner?
All right, and what kind of chicken would it be? Okay, and how much do you get? 2 pizzas or just 1 pizza? You're gonna get toppings. How does pizza manifest at the Horsehead House? Getting pizza for dinner is a fine option.
I put mine on the bottom. It's a little more burny, the bottom rack, but I'll try one. It's like, we'll let it preheat again. When it goes beep, 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 I'll throw these in for 15 minutes. Where were we? Talking about anything of interest, of importance. I don't usually eat on camera, but you want to think what, I mean, I'll chew a piece of steak, but I don't eat a full, Yeah, it was like pepperoni. Oh, the mountain. Is that, wait, they don't know Elio's Pizza? I mean, maybe it's regional.
No one said anything.
I thought it was a national thing. You're telling me you want some iced tea or you go with the beer? Should I get another beer? I got another beer. I need an iced tea too. We got iced. You want some tea with your meal?
Let's get another beer.
That's small stuff. Your iced tea is right here. Like, we like to drink beer, but sometimes it's nice to have something refreshing with a meal.
Yes.
Okay. Where was we? We were on like a good roll about, things. This is what my channel is really about.
Yes.
So I'm glad Lennon asked this question. And yeah, we looked at that Dev Pike comment, which, first of all, my first criticism, I'll go back real quick. My first real criticism is, forget about me. I always say forget about me for a minute. Just think in general. What you're saying here is dangerous. If everyone else's account is rolling apart from yours, you're making it. No, not necessarily. And you can always go back and watch those other streams. I don't take anything down. And, if someone is persona non grata, of course he becomes a public enemy. Everything he does is wrong. Yes, we hate him. Yes, like the village idiot or the scientist who doesn't believe what the church says. It's very easy to demonize someone. So I've never, not just me, but anyone, I've never fallen for this stupid belief of, well, if everyone else says it, it must be true. If you think that way, and it's a shame. That's why I say it's such a shame with Danny, because it seemed like he had the ability to learn and comprehend and at least question things, but then he just reverts. So he's basically a sponge, which is a shame. But he's not banned here. No, you can read his comment. I'm addressing his comment. When DBF shows up, I say hi to him. I've never cut ties with anyone, but if someone cut ties with me, it's like, okay, well, screw you. Who needs it? I think Danny thought that, I don't know. What do you think of him, Dev Pike? You are the one in delusion. If I'm in delusion, fine. Go away. This channel isn't for you, clearly. I'm delusional. Bye. Who cares? If the venerated horse is calling you out as fabricating his own story back to him, well, I could be wrong. I could be right. You can always go back and watch it. I think part of it, too, let me go back to the horse thing. You can go back and watch it. But, like, I guess I was talking about the difference, like the world of horseism versus us. If someone asked me, how long were you gone for the funeral? I would give the number of days that I was out from work. I wouldn't say it was a long weekend. They say, they're upset with you at the grocery store because you were gone for a funeral too long. Well, how many days you were out? I took 2 days off for the funeral. How many actual work days were you not there? That's a discernment. I don't think it's even a Spurg thing. I think a lot of us working these shit jobs where even 1 day off can cost you dearly. We wouldn't, it was a long weekend. That's too vague a term. One, I'm a Spurg. Two, we work different. I'm trying to explain to Horse the different. So I wouldn't even use the term long weekend unless you were gone for 4 actual work days. How many work days were you gone for? Well, you should know because long weekend explains it. Not really. I always like clarification. What do you think?
Yeah, some specifics would help.
Yes. You're talking to a Spurg who works shit jobs with other weirdos. Specifics help. That's why I think that was my criticism. I might have misunderstood Horse, but that was a long weekend. I mean, you're talking to a Spurg who doesn't live in a different social class, economic class than you. Yeah, how many days did you and your wife, how many days did 2 employees disappear from work? Because weekends wouldn't count. You'd have been off anyway. That's what I'm getting at.
So Laffy has had Elios.
Yeah, he says, I always said L because it's 2 L's. I would say short E, Elios. You say Elios. There's two L's, Elios.
Elios. Like Elliot, I guess you're right.
Yeah, maybe.
Elios.
Elliot.
Elios got a brand new pizza snack.
It didn't go BPP. The oven's still hot, but it's taking a while to preheat again. So once it gets up there, well, man, let's cook them all tonight. Whatever we can have some tomorrow.
Exactly.
I'm glad we grabbed this. See?
Yes.
This can't be the real Diffusi. The real Diffusi's banned. So this is an imposter. I ban the real Diffusi. I cut ties with him. Go piss your piss. And we'll talk about, when you get back, let's talk about our day with I want to talk about what's going on with us. Yes, I'm putting a little. Whenever I eat something greasy, my face gets greasy, even if I don't get anything on my face, particularly upper brow, but really here, I feel it. When I was a kid, it was terrible. Now I have to splash water all the time. Now I just I'll splash water in a bit. It's really, I think the beard acts as a nice sponge, but it's really up here and here. I just feel so greasy. It just oozes from my pores when I eat something like a pizza or whatever. All my life. It slowed down a bit, but all my life. Greasy, oily skin. And now the oven is ready when my brother went to take a piss. And as you know, he is a slow pisser, so we'll give it 5-10 minutes. It's okay. All right. So I don't want to talk about our day. I want him to be here. We'll talk about our day today. The landlord calling. Hey, do you take my... There it is. I feel anxious and miserable all the time, and this is an escape for me. I really do enjoy socializing with people. It's a nice escape. So I thank you all for being here, even though everyone's getting quiet. We will talk about that in a moment when my brother gets back. I'll put the oven, the pizzas in the oven, and then we'll get to that. I want to tell you. I want to talk about it. Nothing super. I just want to give you an idea of what's going on. And for us too, it's like a documentation. I might not watch all these things ever again, but at least yeah. Can you hit a ghost? No, I don't do tricks. Even when I smoke cigarettes, people doing those rings and shit. And I said, that's cool, but I smoke cigarettes. You play with them. I might come across circuit. It's like I'm here to smoke. I'm not here to play fucking It's like this isn't a fucking yo-yo. It's food. Tobacco is my favorite vegetable. I'm not here to do tricks. Christ. So no, I can't do any tricks. Not interested. All right. We'll give my brother a moment. Same old song, just a drop of water in an endless sea. All we do. That's actually poetic because we're paying a lot of money to throw away our parents' shit that we got burdened saddled with. And it's like, don't hang on. Nothing lasts forever but the earth and sky. It slips away. And all your money won't another minute buy. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Dust in the wind. Everything is dust in the wind. It's one of those songs that used to be overplayed for years, but I haven't heard in a while. So I guess I've been cooped up here, not listening to the radio or going to retail. But yeah, Gritty, you made me think of Dust in the Wind. Well, I just put that out temporarily. It went beep, beep, beep. I'm going to put that in. You're getting I'm going to put the next thing in. Who hasn't come on? Laffy, Love, and Lennon, the two of you. All right. But we want to talk about our day in a minute. If Laffy wants to come on, Lennon thought you were a girl. I'm pretty sure you're a guy. You're what, like 20 years old from Oklahoma? You're a guy. Lennon thought Laffy was a chick. I'm like, no. Pay attention. Hang out. Learn things. Learn something. Watch. Think for yourself. How are you doing, buddy? Getting tired?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Say no, son. Just a drop of water in.
Ah, yes. No takers? I guess not. You want to put a nice pair of shades and just come on?
Who cares about them? We're going to talk about our day briefly. See what they think.
Okay.
Now we went out. We want to get a post office box.
We do.
I got to apply to a job. The only job I can go to is one grocery store. They don't have an overnight. I just took a bite of the pizza in there, and right away, the grease is pouring out of my pores. Oh my god! It's on the way to his job, so he can drop me off there. They need morning people. And I used to work there. And I spoke to the boss a couple of weeks. I told him I was in a car accident. He said, "Yeah, we're looking for daytime help. Mornings. They got a lot of kids in the afternoon, college kids." I'm like, "Yeah, morning is fine." So I apply. I went to apply, and I found they didn't have that job listed. They had deli, and they had cashier. I can't be a fucking cashier. I was looking for grocery, dairy, maybe frozen kind of stuff. Anyway, so I called the store, and the guy I know, the boss, he's on vacation. So I spoke to the assistant, who I don't know the assistant manager. I spoke to him, and he seemed fairly receptive. He's like, "Yeah, we do need dairy help and some frozen help in the mornings." Yeah. I said, "Listen, the job isn't listed." He's like, the boss won't be back till next week. He said, "You can try to apply. Maybe apply as a cashier and we can move you." He goes, "Don't apply as deli because they might try to fly." I said, "Exactly. I thought I'd worked the circuit long enough." But I didn't apply it because I'm like, should I just wait till fucking Monday and talk to the actual boss? I'm like, I don't want to apply and get stuck in like a deli or a cat because I can't stand around all day dealing with every asshole who comes in. It wouldn't work. I'd piss someone off.
Yes.
So I didn't apply for that. But when you get a job, I need something on paper, even if it's a part-time job, a few days a week. And then we stopped and we need a post office box. We actually struck the land. We don't have to go too much detail.
With the post office box. Well, post office box.
Well, the reason we want a PO box is because if we're going to transition,
yes.
If we're going to be living here, trying to go somewhere else, or we have to go to a hotel for a little bit or something,
yes,
we don't want our mail getting lost in the ether. So
yes.
I've been talking about it for a long time. We finally wanted to go get a PO box. So we went.
Yeah.
We got the forms, and they gave us some hassle because.
Yeah, you need 2 forms of ID, one with photo, one without. We brought our driver's licenses and our passports, but that didn't work because they both had photos. So we were turned away. We had to come back. Yeah.
And I thought, I was like, I can understand one with, one without. You would think 2 with would be, overkill.
Yeah, no.
This bitch is Chinese, old China lady. It's all. I don't know. So we're other people. We're the only white people in that post office.
Correct.
Bunch of dot heads and gooks. And the Chinese bitch behind the counter is like, no. Passport and license won't work because they both photo. You need one not photo. I'm like, huh? And I told my shrink, and my shrink's like, well, maybe they want you to prove that you're good financially, like you have an electric bill or you have a car insurance. But no, because they'll accept a voter registration card. Yeah. So it's nothing to do with showing a bill. But I can understand they want one with, one without. You think they would take 2 with? No. Either passport or license, not both. We need something. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, okay. We'll have to go back. Probably off Friday. We'll probably do some Friday.
We'll go back, yeah.
Can I join the Discord? It's dead. I mean, I guess someone can invite you to it if they want.
If you come on, you can join. So come on once, Laffy.
The Discord. I used to talk to Dev Pike. Haven't heard from him in a while. Occasionally Cassandra. That's about it. I'm friends with a few others. I'm only friends with a handful of people. Beppis went bye, and I never. Occasionally, Thule will talk in the actual main server, but it's been a long time. It's nice to have to keep in touch every now and then, but it's not active at all. Weeks and weeks will go by with no activity. So I don't, there's nothing nothing doing there. Okay, nothing's going on there. Where was I? I'm getting distracted now by these stupid
so
questions.
we talked about the P.O. box.
Right, the P.O. box. So we got to go back. We'll fill out the forms. We're thinking about renting the small. And we found, what was the thing? If you do 3 months, you have to sign up for auto enroll. Whereas if you do 6 months or a year, you can just pay once. A flat fee or some shit. It's exactly. I don't want to be auto enrolled. It's like, what's the point of saying yes? Give me 3 months if you can charge me for another 3 without my permission.
Yeah,
I'm like, what? So it's like $111 for the smallest one. But I think the good news is if let's say we can't get to it, it gets filled up.
Yeah.
I don't think they won't throw it in our mail. They'll just hold it. So we'll get the smallest one, $111 for 6 months. I'm like, oh my God, we got to bring, I don't know, we'll put it in your name or mine. We got to see. Because what if there's some stuff is in my name, some's in his, some comes in our landlord's name, some still comes in our parents' name or our sister's name once in a blue moon. Sometimes we'll get just occupant owner. So it's like, what would they put in this mailbox? What would they not?
We'll find out.
Are they going to say, we can't take your mail and his because you have different first names? I don't know how it's going to work out.
Yeah.
I know my parents rented one when we were moving between houses, and I don't recall it ever being a problem. But they're more pedantic now. Like, I got a fucking thing in the mail. Say, at one point, I think the landlord got something here, some property tax, something or other, and we didn't get it because the mail lady didn't recognize the landlord's name. And I spoke with her, and she said, "Oh, there's a form you got to fill." I'm like, what if I took in a boarder? What if someone's staying with me for the summer? As long as the address is correct, you should deliver it. You shouldn't try to guess who does it. It's none of your business. It's not none of your business. But the post office is more strict about names. It's like, who cares? As long as the address is correct, you put it here. Don't question my name versus the landlord's name. I felt like, what? So so I don't know if we can share a box or we should get 2 separate boxes. And what about other shit for like our parents or just it's like, I don't know. Does anyone have experience? And I know some people live in places where they have no choice. It's P.O. box only. You don't get mail delivery. But that's different because if that's the case, you're committing basically as long as you live there to a P.O. box. Yes. We're talking about anyone have to temporarily rent one? Anyone know? Are you getting tired to go to bed soon?
No, I'm doing all right.
You seem tired. All right. How did your hair go? How long was when was it we got the haircuts?
November?
No, it was more recently than that. You took me.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, I'll tell you in a minute. I have it here. Hold on. It was a few months ago, was it? Hold on. Same old song, just a drop of water in an endless sea. All we do, hold on, today's what crumbles to the ground, though we refuse to see. Dust in the wind, everything is dust in the wind. I closed my eyes. It was May 28th, almost 2 months ago. It was 2 months ago. 2 months, May 28th.
Yeah.
On May 28th, we went for the first time since we were teenagers. We got a haircut together because I couldn't drive. You took me here. May 28th, and it's July 22nd. It's been almost 2 months. Yeah. What would you expect? It's been 2 months. Maybe you lost track of time. Seems like yesterday. Maybe you were just watching that stream like a few nights ago, so it seems recent to you. It was 2 months ago. It was 2 months ago, man. Where you been? The link was dropped, wasn't it? I dropped the link for the hell of it. Don't expect anyone. It was. He's not gonna come on. I'll drop the link and you can drop the cheese. All right, so we went to this place. We used to live there, and the lady in the office, she was kind-ish. She was a black lady. I don't do very well with nigger bitches. She was like 70 years old.
Yes.
You guys so young. You just babies. How old y'all? Well, I'm 44. He's 40. Well, I'm 70. That's great. I've never met this bitch before. But she said something weird. Because this place, let's talk about this place. We used to live there. We had a 2-bedroom back when we lived there. And there were no income requirements as long as you could pay the rent. Now they want 3 times the rent. And what happened was this place, it's got 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. But it also has what they call garden luxury or some shit like that. You can have a 1-bedroom deluxe, let's call it. 1 bedroom, 1 deluxe, 2 bedroom, 2 deluxe. And deluxe just means there's a half bathroom. So you get 2 shitters. So you can have a 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 bedroom with 1.5. That's the deluxe. Same thing with the 2s. And, I told her, we're brothers, we live together, the landlord's kicking us out. And she said something weird. Because I was thinking, we've talked about maybe we should get a 1, if we need to, for the time being. I've gotten used to sleeping in the living room. If we get a 1 bedroom, you have the bedroom, I'll sleep in the living room. But is that going to look weird? We're not a married couple. We don't have bunk beds. Are they going to say no? But this woman,
before we said anything,
she's like, "Oh, you guys want a 1 bedroom, right?" I'm like, "How did you even know that?" I was like, "Okay." I'm glad, it's not a problem for you. But strange. You'd think she'd say, "Oh, you guys are brothers. You want 2 bedrooms, right?" She's like, "You guys want a 1 bedroom, right?" Like, how did she know that? She knows report. I don't know. It was weird.
Who the hell knows?
Now she's talking about the cheapest, the monthly rent for the cheapest 1 bedroom regular, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, living room, little kitchen regular. Here at this place, this is cheap by this area standards. Is
$18.95.
Right, sorry.
I'm typing it wrong.
I'm worried about the comma. Why bother with commas? $18.95. Now, as fate would have it, something weird happened.
Yeah.
There is just one apartment, 1 bedroom, 1 bath. Design-wise, it shouldn't be any different than any others. There's one they've got up for $17.95. So it's $100 cheaper. I don't want to ask because I didn't want to jinx anything, but I said, we might move out in September, or August or September. We might do a transition thing because she's going by the month. She knows, okay, on my roster, I've got X amount ready for the month of August. I can't tell you about September. So I said, weird. But she said something. She let something slip like, well, this $100 cheaper. She said it might not be there, but she let it slip that way. It's really hard to rent that one.
For some reason, they're having difficulty renting that 1 unit, so they took $100 off.
Was it a meth lab? Was someone murdered there? It's not really a weird location. It's just, it's like, I'm like, but I want to ask. So there's for $100 less, we can get, but what do you think is wrong with it? But I don't know.
We'll go back on Friday.
And she was like, that might not be there. But then she backtracks and says, well, that'll probably still be there. We're having a hard time renting it. I'm like,
yeah,
unless it's just, the only thing about it where the parking lot was, I didn't mind it. It was sort of in the middle of the up and downstairs apartments. You go into a vestibule. To the right is one apartment. This is upstairs. It was in the middle. It wasn't really in a bad location, but it was kind of like, I guess, facing the way. They have no problems renting the other apartments around it. Why is this one apartment, unless the other apartments were cheapo too? This one building is hard to rent in, and all the other apartments are filled. This is the one they didn't fill. I don't understand why.
This is the building with all the riffraff.
Oh, all the riff, yeah. Well, all the fuck ups. Yeah, maybe this is the bad. This is where they stick the weirdos. Maybe because why is it? What do you guys think? Why is no one paying? Now we're actually talking about our day, and no one's here.
5 people.
I guess when you get close to the hour mark. Oh my god! I just shared my story. That's very expensive. It's the best we can do, unless, like I said, and we'll talk about this in a minute. Tell them about the 3 times the rent bullshit.
Yeah. So in order for you to occupy any apartment in this place, you must earn 3 times the rent.
So between the 2 of us, $17.95 times 3 is $53.85. So we'd have to be able to prove that we have $5,385 guaranteed every month just to rent a fucking $17.95 apartment.
Yeah, I know. And of course, he's unemployed. I have a crap job. We're not
unemployed, no car. Can't get a car because $500 a month insurance. This is fun.
And I don't even know how we can get even close to that.
Go sit down and do the math, see how much you make. You get a second job where I get to work longer hours.
Yeah.
Give it an SSI for now and go back to it later.
Correct, yes.
The good news. Pretty good.
Yes.
Oh, shit. I forgot to set the timer.
Oh, fuck.
I totally forgot. I knew I forgot something.
Oh, no.
So I'll talk about the low-income housing, the affordable housing.
And then, of course, there's something here called affordable housing. Now, affordable housing isn't Section 8. It's its own sort of entity. And every county or township has its own rules. And, some apartment complexes say, okay, if you earn 40% of the average or 50% or 60%, you can live here. If you make too little, you have to go to Section 8. If you make too much, you can't be there. Because he has no income, we don't make enough. He has to get a job or get neat bucks to get some money in, but we're kind of locked out of that until he has money coming in.
Yeah, shut the oven off. Let's give it 2 or 3 minutes. Maybe we fucked up. Maybe we gotta tell the landlord there's been a change in timetable. You think he recorded us?
Possibly.
The landlord called. I want to get out here anyway because it's too much money for you, but then we don't have a place to live. Yeah.
He's trying to get bucks, and he's only now looking for a job.
He'll have to give me a ride to the job because I don't have a car. Can't afford an insurance.
No, we're not making anywhere near $5,000 as a unit. No, you cannot negotiate with them. Not at all.
I shut the other one off. Let's give it like 2-3 minutes.
Are you allowed to negotiate in Maryland, Rafterman? That's not going to work. Selling stuff isn't going to work because they want us to have jobs. They want to know that every month we have that amount. Plus, you put something online, 8 months go by, someone wants to give you $5. That's not plausible either.
But the affordable housing, there's that. You can't right now. Wait.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, yes, you're talking to me.
Okay, well, private land is someone who owns the building or owns. Yeah, you could probably negotiate, but this is not a private owner. This is like, what would you call it?
It's like leasing office is part of it. Yeah, it's owned by a rental kid. Well, I'm moving to another fucking house. Yeah.
Yep, you're damn straight with that one, Raft man.
I mean, the landlord, I was going to email him. He kept emailing me. He wanted a date. I kept ignoring him. Then he tried calling me. My brother and I spoke to him the other night.
We did, yes.
And what I said was, I'll pull that in a minute. What we said was basically, this is partly true. Like I said, neither of us wanted to be here this long. We'd like to get out. He's looking for a date because he wants to start doing renovation.
Correct.
So I said, I can't commit to a date, but I know we want to be out by the end of August, maybe September. I said, we'll call you back on Friday because we're going to go I told him we'll go to this place on Friday. We'll see what the plan is. But it's like, okay, oh yeah, September. You can stay into September a little bit. But it's like he's playing games. But worst case, even if we have to stay here a little longer, not that I want to, I'd say, listen, I don't care about a verbal lease. Take the legal route. It would take him. He'd have to give us at least 2 months. So I don't want to go that way. But if we have to, we'll see. I pull up.
Yes. Nice.
Why did everyone suddenly disappear? We're telling us
everyone got quiet. Yeah. Yeah, Rafterman, what is renting like in Maryland? Do they have 3 times the income requirements or whatever? Nah.
Let that cool, and I'll do the third batch.
People like us don't do too well in the hood, so no.
Hood, fuck that.
Yes, you know how it is.
You want to talk to Eric Draven? How are you?
Oh, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Not well.
Oh, what about now?
Okay.
Oh, okay. No, I was just gonna come on for a few minutes. You're probably gonna head to sleep. No, I just wanted to ask you, are you able to what did they say? Like the Social Security people, you said they sent you a letter or something?
Yeah, you dig it out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
On the internet, it says we're just waiting for approval. I did the phone interview. See, what I learned was can we see your face real quicker now? I said it was a hi. And you can
Oh, yeah, sure.
Eric Draven.
Let me on the light.
Have you been on with Eric Draven?
No, I have not.
My brother's never seen you.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
There he is. All right.
You can't see. You couldn't see it. I mean, all over there.
Oh, I saw enough, I guess.
All right, we'll do it.
Whoops, wait, hold on. I wish I had my headphones, sorry. No, but you said it's just a waiting game at this point, right?
The elephant letter. When you apply online, there's no distinction between SSI or SSDI. You had to apply for just one application. Evidently, there was an option. I remember this. It says, do you also want SSI? Do you want to try to apply for both? So I clicked on it, apparently. And the lady in the phone interview was telling me, yeah, There are some people who don't bother with SSI. If they've paid into it for years and they're severely disabled, they just apply for SSDI. But it doesn't matter because it's the same damn application.
Yeah.
But the SSI is the phone portion, which you did. So I did my phone portion for the SSI, and I got the online application for both, and that should be good. And they sent me a thing in the mail saying, okay, we talked to you on this date. We discussed this. Your name is this. You currently, don't have it. It listed all the facts. I got a second letter. I got to find it buried somewhere. Something about, I forget what it said. I'll look for it. So yeah, I think it's just the waiting game, but I got to check and make sure everything's okay. But yeah. Did you get letters after you applied? Do you remember getting letters in the mail?
Yeah, I got like I told you that I got the the daily. They ask you what your daily schedule is, like in the beginning, like and then they ask you like really quickly, like not like in detail, but like why do you think you can't work, But this is like all the way before the exam, like 4 months later. So whenever the exam is, that lady or guy or whatever, he's probably gonna ask you like really detailed, like what are your like why can't you work? Because you're applying for mental, right? Like mental health.
Well, mainly mental, but I also tacked on the physical. I thought everything would help. So I got all the mental stuff, the shrink, the neuropsych. I even throw in the physical disability, broken ankles.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, just like you said earlier, even like it's just probably gonna be a waiting game for that exam because that exam like they made a decision like a few weeks later. Like for me, like they just did like the. But I don't know if you know what a federal quality review is. Like once it said that on the website, like the SSA website with the blue bars, like it goes to step 4. Like when it showed that, people said, "Oh yeah, you're basically approved." Like, but then
okay, that's
yeah.
good. Okay, good. No, because I'm on step 3, which is the waiting game. This is good. People who don't know might think about doing this. Step 3. I'm on step 3, which is the waiting game, like you said. You're telling me in step 4. Your step 4 said what? That people told you step 4 said what? Like a federal quality review?
Yeah, this was after the exam. It was because it was stuck on step 3 for a while. So then after the exam, like after that federal quality review, that's just I think that's just to make sure like there was no like I don't know what another term for it would be, but any foul play by the examiner, does the thing.
Let's say we don't lose Eric Draven. Go. I'll put it in, but go preheat the oven. Preheat it to. I'll do the last batch. Okay. So you saw a federal quality review, and that's how you knew you got it. I mean, how does this work? You were waiting for a while. Then what they sent you a letter saying come for a physical exam or come to see a doctor or.
They said this was like before the exam, like on the website actually it said okay you're scheduled for February. Whatever it was. Yeah. And then it was like February. And then, funny enough, that letter came late, like where it said come. It actually said on the website way before that the letter came, But
that's why I was telling you the letter I got, which makes no sense. I think it might just be a delayed letter. I'll call to make sure. But I think it's the waiting game. But you're saying between the waiting game, at some point, they told you go see a doctor. A letter came in the mail, but you also got that must have been, was that step 4 and then step 5 was the review, or step 4 is called the federal quality review? Or?
Yeah, step 4 was the federal quality review. It said like it's under that because after the exam for a few weeks, it was like I don't know 2 weeks. It was still like on number 3. But
on number 3, okay. So your doctor visit was within the way you were on step 3 before the doctor. You were still on step 3 after the doctor. That's important. Okay, so. Yeah. Before and after, you were still the doctor. You were still in step 3, and then at some point after, then they jumped up to.
Well, what type of doctor was this? Physical or mental?
I think it's mental.
This was funny enough. It wasn't the doctor. It was a psychologist. I don't know if you remember last time I told you she was really like nice and like lenient. Right. There was a doctor walking around, but he was taking care of this lady. This black lady came in with her. She was limping. She was taking care of her. Like those people, who had physical problems, but they had like a psychologist for the exam for me and the other guys with mental health. But
was this psychologist appointed?
Because my brother wasn't here last time.
I think she was. She said she was like a psychologist for I don't know how many years, and she was appointed by SSA, I think, because she was saying like she even knew like information like she was like that's what the whole IQ test. She was like. Okay, they're interested. She was telling me like tidbits that I didn't know before, and like she was saying like I can't do anything but I can just write down what you're telling me. That's all I can do. But like sometimes she was being lenient. She was like, oh, she was actually like, I'll give you an example. She was like, oh, how many hours do you sleep? And I was saying like, oh, 4. And then she was like, okay, I'll write down like 2. She was trying to like help me out actually, But yeah, she was
You're
a
lucky.
point. Yeah,
Oh,
she was being really lenient. I was happy I didn't get that. Like that doctor was like a douchebag. The other like who was doing like physical. I was happy I didn't get him because I don't know what he would have said to me. He'd probably be like, "Oh, get a job, dude. Go get a job. Get out of here." And then
luck is a factor here. The person you get doing the review, luck is a factor.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
But with your father, how long? First of all, how long have you been on SSI now? How long has it been? 2 years?
No. I can go back real quick. Okay, September 2025 is when I applied, and then March something I got approved. So it's only been like
okay, that's right. I remember it was pretty quick. Okay, it was, I remember the year it was 25. So you were just approved this year, this past March.
Yes.
And I remember you told me at first you get something weird. You were getting some kind of state pay, and they took that back. But yeah, you're on SSI. You've been on it for 4 months. 4 months SSI.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about 4 months. Yeah, and then during that, I told you, remember, like how I have Medicaid or whatever it's called for
right.
Michigan. So yeah, they had to like lower it and stuff. And but no, I still get like it all equals out to $9.94. I think I even showed you the website.
Right, $9.94. That's the base pay. Here in Jersey, kind of like in New York, the state offers a supplemental. So I don't know about Michigan, but some states, if you're on SSI, you get the $9.94, whatever the rate is, and the state will give you like $30 on top of it. Do you get something from Michigan or no?
Yeah, like I don't know. It's like every other month you will get I think it's called, I don't know, state BDS or something. It's like $30. It's funny, but still something, I guess.
Yeah, but why were you overpaying? I guess what happened? You were being paid too much, or you're something with Medicaid. Why did you have there was an earning problem? You told me. My brother wasn't here for that. Can you reiterate real quick why? What happened? Because at first you told me you're an SSDI. We had to do the math. You're an SSI because you never worked for it. What were they overpaying you? Were they something like that? Or
yeah, I think they were overpaying me because they didn't know that I was on the new Medicaid or whatever it's called. So they were like, it took them like a month or something to notice, but then they sent them. Yeah.
But that was Social Security, or was that the state of Michigan that didn't realize you'd gotten on Social Security? That might have been Michigan. I'm trying to guess because why would SSI pay anything more than the $9.94 rate? I don't understand that. Why, if you're an SSI, you get the flat rate. So unless you're working, they take it out. They were paying you SSI and then some, or you're on some. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. I remember
DAC.
now.
Yeah,
you
DAC.
were the adult child of a disabled. Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
So he was getting. You were on that before SSI, right? Because your father.
No. I got that all at once. I got both things at once. Yeah.
But they took away your adult disabled for some reason.
No, they lowered the SSI to like $560. Before they were giving me like $9.94 plus $447.
Yeah, now that's I remember. Okay, they were giving you the full SSI. They were giving you the full rate. Yeah. Once SSI realized you also had this adult disabled thing, they lowered the SSI so that SSI plus adult disabled would match. But I understand that because you got approved for adult disabled at the same time as SSI, so you think they would know what they were paying you. You know what I mean?
No, they're pretty like sometimes I think I'm low IQ, but they don't really notice things. They're pretty dumb sometimes. You know?
So they approved you for both. They gave you full amount of both, and then a couple months later realized, wait a minute, if he's on both, he shouldn't get full amount SSI. We should lower his SSI so that plus adult equals. So now you're at $9.94 between the two, I believe. At first, they fucked up and they were paying you full amounts for both SSI and adult disabled child.
Yeah.
That's what it was. I sometimes forget a lot in my mind. But yeah, that's why I like to ask questions. And your father, you said he's on SSDI because he was physically disabled from factory jobs, or what's his disability?
Physical. It was physical. It was like the arm, like one of the arms, like I don't know what it's called. What's that surgery? Rotator something.
Rotator cuff.
Yeah.
Well, did he? So he applied, and when he was denied, he had to get a lawyer. He had to like appeal. He went through. It was a process for him. Or?
Yeah, because I think the first time he probably was thinking, I probably can get this just because I can show it, like I can show my arm is like, but no, it's not that easy, obviously, as you know,
Mhm.
but yeah, it took like twice or three times maybe, and then they had to give him it because I mean, how would he provide for his family? So yeah, they gave him it on the third try, I guess.
Well, how
Yeah.
long did that take? Does he have to go before a judge and all that shit, or
I
hearing?
mean, the best I can recall, because I mean I was young at the time, but I had to get this information from him for my application. So
Right.
the best I recall is he was before a judge on that last try, I guess. Yeah, I think
So
so.
he had to. So he applied, got denied. He had to appeal twice. He did 2 appeals before he got approved.
Yeah, yeah. It was
For SS, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, that's what I recall, man. Like I mean, I think he because I had to have that information for the DAC stuff. So I think that's what he said, yeah. It was two knockouts and then one he got approved, yeah.
Well, how did you know to apply for? Like, I don't think it would apply to me. How did you know to apply for DAC, the disabled adult child? How did you know? Because your father was on it, or how did you know you applied for SSI? How did you know to apply for DAC as well?
Oh, so I like I said, like I didn't get a lawyer, but I had to ask a lawyer like what should I do like
Right,
before
you had a free consultation. A lot of them will give a free
yeah.
consultation. Okay,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, he was really nice. I asked him. He asked me like the basic questions, and then it's like the whole like because of the whole experience he has. He was like he just knew in like 5 seconds, like no, not 5 seconds, like a few minutes. He was like, okay, so you can probably get both, But then when I told him that my dad gets it, and he said whatever parent gets more, SSI, because both of my parents are on it. So my dad had more, so he told me about DAC.
Well,
But I
wait,
didn't
now,
know that. Yeah, go ahead.
well, I'm confused. Both of your parents. I thought your father was on SSDI. You're saying both because he gets more. But does your mother get 994, or she gets more? They both get SSDI, or I'm curious. They're both on S. Your father must be SSDI, I'd imagine. Your mother, I don't know. You're saying they're both on some kind of disability?
Yeah, I think my mom's on physical, like problems, like I don't know that prevents her from working. I think it's no, I don't know if maybe it's diabetes, maybe it's arthritis, because or something like that, where like you can't do physical work. So I think it's like arthritis, but she only gets like 300. My dad gets like because he gets retirement Social Security, because I don't know how much that is, but
That's
yeah,
what
he gets
that's what SSDI is.
right, yeah.
When you get retirement
Yeah,
before
it's called
retirement age, that's
retirement,
SSDI. Your mother is on SS, but she makes less than you. I'm curious because your mother, unless she makes a really low SSDI, you're getting 994. Your mother should also be getting 994 if she's on SSI. Why is your mother only getting 900? I don't understand that.
I don't know. I'm sure it has. Don't quote me on this, but I think it has to do with the little work experience she worked here. Because I don't know. Maybe it's something like that, or I
That
don't
doesn't make
know.
sense because
Yeah.
even okay, let's say she was on SSDI retirement, but her rate was that low. Like with you, what they did with you, they said, okay, your SSI and your DAC should equal 994. If she was on SSDI, which you call retire, if she was on that, but her work history was that bad, she's only making 900, SSI would pay the difference. So in other words, just like you, your SSI and DAC together form 994. Whatever she's on, she should get the difference to make nine. You should both be at least 994. No one should be making less than the SSI amount. So that's why I'm confused by how your mother is making less than you in disability. That makes no sense whatsoever. Something's wrong there.
Yeah. So I actually think too something's wrong there. I wish they would.
It sounds like,
Like,
yeah.
yeah. Like it's odd. Like they're determining when they determine certain amounts of money for different people, which is weird. Like you said, they should get the federal amount, which is 994, and then
Like I said, they overpaid you. They caught their mistake. They lowered your SSI so that SSI plus DAC, if I'm correct now, is 984. Your mother, if her SSDI was so low that it was less than SSI, she would actually get both SSDI low plus the remainder, like you do. You get 5 something. She would get whatever it is, $40 or whatever, to put her at 994. So I don't understand why she's not getting at least everyone should get at least 994. So I don't get it.
yeah, dude, I really don't understand.
I'm a Spurg. This is my special interest now. So
Yeah,
Do any other of your family members get SSI, or is it just you and your parents?
Me and my parents. That's just 3 of us. Yep.
he's got a brother and a sister, I believe, right? Your
Yeah.
brother's successful-ish, and your sister's what, married or going to get married? Or
Oh no, both are successful, and they live somewhere else, and they're married. Yep. Yeah.
And you live with your parents?
Yeah. I do, and I think I told.
There's no shame in that. Don't worry, no judgment.
No, yeah, I know. Actually, it's actually saving me right now because I wouldn't be able to afford any food, right now. If I lived alone, but
Well, you don't get
no,
you don't get food stamps or SNAP or EBT. You don't get any of that.
no, they lowered that too because they said just use the money for
Well,
Social Security
we
on
got to
food.
tell the non-Americans. Social Security is a nationwide program.
Yeah.
Food stamps is a hybrid. It's part federal, part state. And now with the new administration, different states are fucking with their laws. Blue Jersey and blue New York are still fairly lenient. It's possible that wasn't the Social Security or the federal government. That might have been the state of Michigan saying, because they have a hand in it too. That sounds like Michigan lowered your food stamp rate. You used to get food stamps, or no, you weren't on it. You didn't get on it until March. So you don't get. I would see if your mother can get food stamps. But then again, the three of you live in the same house, so all three of your disabilities together might make you ineligible. And Michigan might have different requirements. So yeah, I'd look into that.
Yeah. Hey, can you give me a second? I just have to go on mute for a second. I gotta go.
No, we want to hear. We want to hear what's going on. We want to hear every filthy detail.
Okay.
Hello, hi, Mom. Tell us, how long has Mom been on SSI? Dad got on it first. You're on it now. How long's Mom been on it?
Wait. Repeat that. OC. What'd you say?
How your father's been on SSDI for what? Since you were a little boy? Because you told me your age. Are you 26 or 27?
I'm 26.
And your father's been on SSDI since how old were you? About 5, 10? Do you remember?
Yeah, so it'd be like 6 maybe, because I asked him a few times, a year ago, yeah, when I was applying. So he told me, yeah, 6. Yeah.
So your father's been on disability for 20 years. 20 years.
Yeah.
How long has your mother been on disability?
Oh, I think that one was, if I recall, because I think it was maybe 15 years, because I think she got like the arthritis. And then, because I think they always ask, I don't know if they do, they always ask, why isn't your spouse working, whatever, and you have to give a reason or something. But then she had arthritis, and then I think it was 15 years now. But then again, she gets that low amount, like you were talking about. It's odd, yeah.
Well, did she have to appeal or go to a court or a judge, or she got it first try like you? Did you ask her? Did she get it right away, or?
Yeah. I think she got it right away because she had a lot of medical records from a lot of time, even before I was born. She had arthritis. That's why she kind of stopped working at Pizza Hut. That's where she used to work, or some pizza stores, fast food and stuff. And yeah, she had a lot of medical records, so I think she got it really quickly. And it was for I guess it was physical too. So they had a lot of records for from doctors and everything. So yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, and both of your parents are from Pakistan, is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
How long? I'm curious. How long have they been in the U.S.? Did your father work for many years? How long have they been in the U.S.?
Yeah, I can give you the quick story on that if you want.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so
actually, I'm going to be listening. I'm going to throw the pizzas in. Tell Brosi I'm listening.
Yeah.
I want to hear your story. Pay attention.
I put them in already.
Oh, you put them in already?
Yeah.
You set the time. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Pizzas are in.
Oh, okay. So I think my dad is pretty high IQ, and so he was a banker in Pakistan. So he wasn't just some selling some peanuts on the street, like you see in these street videos. But and then my mom she didn't really go to college over there, but so they came to the U.S. My mom came in 1980, and then my dad came in 85 or something. So they've been here for a while. But then when they got their visas and stuff, then my two brothers, my sister and brother were born here in the 90s, early 90s. Then they went back to Pakistan. Then when they got their full visa to stay here, it was 98, 99. And then 99 I was born in the United States. And then we stayed here. And I moved to Michigan when I was a kid. Not kid. When I was barely 7 months old. So that's how long they've been here. Yeah. So
you were born in the U.S. Where were you born? If not Michigan, where were you born?
Well, no, I was born in New York. That's where my siblings were born too, and I was born there. But then, yeah, I think there was a new, a new opportunity in Michigan
but then that fell through, and then my dad was forced to work in the factory, and then so on the domino effect, of him getting injured, and then all that. So yeah, it was just like unlucky, I guess. I guess if we stayed in New York, we'd probably have been better off because my dad wouldn't have got injured. But yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
I do want to ask, your parents, were they adults when they came here, or they were teenagers? Your parents are a bit old. I guess your parents, were they in their 20s when they came here, or they were adults, or they came here as children, or
Oh, so I guess my mom would be like I don't know, dude, like 30 or something. My dad
Okay.
like 20, like 29, 30, or I don't know. He was around the same age because they're like in the same age range, obviously.
Right. So I'm just curious. So your parents were like in their 40s when they had you kids. They were both over 40 when they had their first child.
No, yeah, I think I think we talked about this.
We might have. It's been a while. Yeah.
Yeah, no, like you were saying, like, do you think like do you think a kid can be low IQ because his parents were over 40? So, funny enough, my siblings were born when both parents were under 40, but when I was born, but when I was born, my mom was over 40 and my dad was over 40. So that's why I always contribute that to the risk of having a child at that late. But yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
Okay. And were you an accident, or they wanted one more, or they took fertility meds? Your mother was just still fertile. You were planned. I'm curious.
No, you know what's funny? I had this conversation with my dad. I was like, because I think one time I was like spurging out and I was saying, okay, didn't you know like the risk in having a child? And he said, yeah, we asked the doctor, and he said it could be a risk, but you could try, So I guess they wanted another boy or something because they had a boy and a girl like that are twins. So yeah, they wanted to try it, and that was obviously a mistake because I mean I'm low IQ and I can't socialize, but yeah, I guess it was a mistake.
You probably told me how much your brother and sister are twins. How much older? They're 5 years older, 10 years. They're much older, or
they're like 6 years older.
6. Okay.
Yeah.
Want me to take them out, or
take them out? Take a look.
Talk to Eric. This is fascinating. So my brother wasn't here for any of this, so it's good to reiterate. Yeah.
Those pizzas had thawed. They were very wet and mushy.
All right, I'll take
so I put them for like 10 minutes. Okay. All right. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's basically what happened. Yeah, I told OC about this, but I tried I tried putting it together, like, hey, maybe like, if your parents have you under 40, like maybe you can get the high IQ like my siblings, but no, I guess I was just unlucky. They had me over, when they were over 40, both parents, and we all know how that goes. It's a risk, but yeah, they've been here for like, I guess it would be 45 years now. But yeah, that's basically where my parents are from. Like I told OC this, bro, so I wanted to tell you this too, so you know the story now. So yeah.
Now, have you ever been to Pakistan? Not as a kid, but like, did you visit there as a teenager, or you've only been in America?
Oh, dude, no, I never been there, and I never want to go there ever. So
okay.
Well, you said your siblings were born in New York, but then your parents went back to Pakistan. So your siblings spent a few years when they were young in Pakistan.
Yeah, and I think my sibling, like my mom said, my siblings even like were like getting integrated in that culture too, where they were speaking a different language, from there. And I'm just glad I didn't have to go through that, because yeah, they spent a few years there. But I guess when they came back here, when they were like 6, so they basically grew up in the United States, because you can discount the first 5 years, obviously, because you don't know anything, so like you don't know anything as a kid that age. So yeah, they grew up here. Then obviously me, 26 years here. So yeah.
So there was a perk to being born so late, after your parents were over 40.
Yeah, but sometimes you can wonder, like, I mean, if I was low IQ anyways, why didn't we just go back to Pakistan?
What it sounds like, I'm going to guess here, your parents wanted one more child, but they wanted to wait till they can get back here.
Yeah, exactly,
so they had 6 years in Pakistan. By the time they got back, they were over 40. It sounds like they wanted one more kid, but they didn't want it to be born in Pakistan. So that's why that's what it sounds like to me. You were there. They wanted one more kid, but they didn't want to have it happen in Pakistan. It took them 6 years to get. That's what it sounds like. I'm assuming that. Now that I hear your story, yeah.
Yeah. Basically, yeah. Because those ages were pretty like late. I guess they were trying. I guess because I always think like why wasn't it like 1996 or 97? I'm 99, so like yeah, maybe it was just some unsuccessful attempts. Maybe I don't know, but yeah, I just always say like
had they been successful, you would have been born in. Basically, you just told us if they were trying and they were successful, you would have been born in Pakistan because they were in Pakistan for like 5 or 6 years from the time your siblings were born to the time they came back. So you would have been born in Pakistan had they been successful.
Yeah, and I don't know what would have happened then. Maybe they would have came here again. Like, I mean, for good. Maybe they would have stayed there. I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know what would have happened. But I'm just glad I'm here. Because I mean, you guys seen like all the memes and stuff over there. It's brutal over there. There's there's bugs crawling in your food. There's a syphilis crawling in the water and shit. I don't want to. I mean, people will say I'm a self-hating Pakistani guy, but no, I'm just seeing I'm just calling how I see it, So, but yeah.
I really like how this young man is sharing his, because this is why part of the reason I do my channel, your social security stuff.
Yes.
And this is why I'm so happy I kept Xenesis. When Xenesis first came on, people saw his jawline. They're saying, "Get rid of this guy." I said, "No, give him a chance." Eric Draven, people like you said I have other curries here. I think Xenesis gave him the courage to come on. So yes, I'm glad. Nice. That's why I was saying earlier. I like to turn people away. You never know what's going to come from it. So I'm glad I kept Xenesis, and I'm glad it brought in Eric Draven. This is good information.
Yeah. I'm just glad. Like I knew you were asking like Todd and everybody about SSI. I mean, I was like, maybe I can explain it like because I'm low IQ, but I think I can explain it like
What I want to say, yes, you can. I'm sorry, I forgot. I apologize. I do forget. So I usually like hearing things repeated 2 or 3 times, and it sticks. Plus, my brother needs it once. Now he knows the story. Yes. I think. Plus, it's more recent for him. Your timeline makes sense, and now I'm hearing little things. Okay, your father's an SSDI.
This is a coherent story.
I don't know why your mother is getting less than SSI. Now look into that. You're on SSI. You were approved. You applied late last year. You were approved. Now it all makes sense. Todd, well, I don't think Todd is a liar. His timeline's a bit off. So I'm like, something's not adding up.
Disjointed.
And because I'm a Spur and it means so much to me on Social Security, my mind just naturally fires off. Wait, something's not right here. So I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, dude, no problem. But how much longer are you guys streaming?
I'm not sure. It depends on if my brother wants to go to sleep or we want to watch TV. I have no plans. I'm going to take that. I shut the oven off when I take those pizzas out. I can stay on or I can get off. Why do you ask? You can go. If you want to leave, you can leave. There's no set time frame. Or you want to come on, 3 hours from now? I probably won't still be on hours from now, but I might stay.
Oh, no. I was just asking because I think, I came on after a while. Like, I'm glad I came on, because it's a good conversation. It's not like trolling or anything. But, I was asking because, I might have to.
No, I didn't think it was trolling. I thought you were asking if you had to go do something, if you wanted to come back in a couple hours. I can't guarantee. I thought you were asking if I'd still be on later, but go ahead.
Oh, no, I just had a few more questions for you.
Sure. So before you do, I'm going to ask you. You can ask me and my brother questions. I'm going to ask you one question, a little personal, but not. Is yours because you're in the same? It's the same time zone. You're not 9:05 there, correct? 9 o'clock. Go up to 9 o'clock.
Yeah, 9:05. Yep.
But you told me you don't usually catch my streams because you're usually asleep or not around. Is your sleep pattern? Are you up at you wake up at 2 in the morning and go back to sleep at 8 in the morning? Is your sleep pattern different, or is this like an unusual time for you to be around? Or?
Oh yeah, sleep pattern is unpredictable, man. So sometimes I'll wake up at 2 a.m. but then around 8 a.m. Yeah, it's funny you say that. I'll go back to sleep and then it'll be like a normal sleep pattern. And then the next day it'll be 4 a.m. I go to sleep, and then some days I really need a day off and stuff. So I'll take a weed gummy sometimes.
I get that. Being a NEET is tough work. I get it. Being a NEET, I get it. So you need that.
No, yeah, no, I'm just saying there's sometimes there's nothing to do. I do I'm not like a NEET that just kicks back all day. I mean, I pride myself on organizing and the whole OCD. Where I clean a lot and stuff, but sometimes when there's nothing left to clean, there's nothing to do. So, but yeah, no, I try to take the sleeping pills over the counter, and then my sleep schedule goes back to normal. Yeah.
Well, if you're on Medicaid, you could probably see a doctor and get some free or very cheap pills. If you want to get a higher, instead of over the counter, if you want to get a prescription sleep aid, you can tell your doctor I want to try it. You can probably get them either free or really cheap because you're on Medicaid. So you should probably get some doctor pills.
Yeah, I think I think what like are you
Oh,
saying like
We gotta. Want me to pull the? You want to pull? I'll do it. I'll be right back. I'm actually enjoying this conversation. I'll pull the pizzas out. You're
right.
tired. Don't burn yourself. He was asking how much longer we'd be on. I said I don't know. We can talk to him right back.
okay.
Last match.
Yeah, I'd like to make it another half hour, 45 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And if you got to do something or go to bed or whatever, you feel free to pull out, come back in, whatever. There's.
He wants to ask us some questions.
Oh, okay. So
I said, hold on a minute. I
All
was
right,
asking
all
my
right.
sleep pattern. I asked him to finish that. I was right back.
Oh
all right,
yeah.
so
I was just saying my sleep pattern, bro. See, I was just saying it's pretty crappy. Like that's why sometimes I'm on your guys' streams. Like I just in the chat. But no, I just try to. Yeah, he was just OC was just talking about getting prescriptions like for free since I'm on the state program, whatever. But no, yeah, bro. See, one of the questions I wanted to ask you. So when you guys are grilling, are you doing that grilling where you're cooking a lot of steaks so you can eat them like throughout the week, or are you doing like single sessions where you grill each day?
No, we usually do bulk grills. We'll grill
Okay.
up a whole bunch of food in one day and eat it over the next 3 or 4.
Nice, yeah. I saw you guys cooking French fries. I think it was yesterday. That was cool. Yeah. Are those which do you know what company those are? Like those French fries?
Oh,
I
did
do.
you ate 6 pizzas?
I had 3.
Where are the other ones? Over there? I didn't see
Yeah,
them.
they're on the platter plate on the counter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, which I'm not
Yeah.
sure. They were in the
Yes,
back. They were in the back of the freezer for so long.
Yeah.
There was a thing of tater tots and a thing of fries. It was a red bag. I can go back to the video and try to figure out. It wasn't store brand. Was it Ora-Ida? I don't recall.
I
I honestly
the
don't
name,
remember
yeah.
now. So,
Yeah, no. The reason I'm asking is because I think I remember like you guys have Sam's Club over there, Costco. Like they sell it for like $5, like this huge bag where you can use it for like months. It's pretty good. Yeah, if you're on Need Bucks, or something.
This is good advice. Okay, so if I got a Neat Bucks, we should get a member. You need a
get
membership.
Yeah.
Membership,
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Sam's Club. Okay, that's good advice. There's not.
Yeah.
There used to be. There was a Sam's Club in the area. It closed. I don't think there are any Sam's Clubs immediately near us. I had to look around. I'd go.
I think there might be some Costco's.
Costco's. Yeah. So maybe we should do our shopping there. It's a shame he doesn't get food stamps.
Yeah, I know.
Whatever's going on there, but
That's a sad thing. Oh, well.
Yeah, funny enough, I was asking about that. Like my mom, I was like, or my dad, I was like, hey, why did they cut that? And he was like, oh, well, they're saying like you can just use your Need Bucks on food, which is kind of dumb, because food stamps are essential, like for
Yes.
food.
food stamps are part of Neat Bucks. It's the food portion. I need my other money for other shit. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. They're so wishy-washy. It's like Social Security, man. Like they just interfere with everything else. It's just stupid. Yeah.
But I still wonder how, because like, even though food stamps, SNAP, are partly federal, you got to apply to the state. With Social Security, you just apply the SSA, all federal. So is it the SSA or is it the state of Michigan, your state, that's giving you a hard time? I think the stamps are handled by the state.
Dude, that's right. If only like I had like the paperwork, I could give you like the straight answer on that. But dude, I just don't remember. Like,
I understand. Next time, if you get a chance, you just chime in. I'm curious. I know with here, food stamps, you got to go through the county board, which is part of the state. Even though it's partly federal, now they allow states to pick it. Like in Florida, some black ladies, some nigger bitches complaining, I can't buy birthday cake with my SNAP. But in Jersey, you still can. Different states can now add their own stipulations to food stamps. So it might be a Michigan thing.
Yeah. It's just odd because like I said, I was getting the 1,445 until they noticed. Now
you were getting both. You were getting DAC and SSI. I think that's what happened.
Yeah. And they just didn't notice for a while. It was funny.
Actually, can you tell me what is your DAC amount? Would you mind sharing? What's your DAC amount?
DAC. So I think that was, I don't know if it's combined or are you saying like what are that diagnosis I got?
No. What were you getting? But if you get 994 total, how much of it is DAC? How much of it is SSI?
Okay, so this thing I know. DAC is like 447, and then SSI
540. Yeah, go ahead.
567. Yeah, 560, and then I don't know. They round up to like $1,014 or something, which I last checked.
So they give you like an extra $20, I guess. Yeah. Or $30, whatever. Yeah, that's what I get. But before that, I was getting 994 SSI and 447 DAC, which was funny.
Right. According to I might be wrong. I love how figuring it out. According to my math, you should be getting 547 DAC and then 447 for SSI to bring you up to the full 994 amount. I think that's how it would work. You might be getting $10 on top of that for some reason. The 547 times 447 would be 994. Because if you're not making the full 994, SSI pays you the difference. So for a while, for 2 months, you got both. You got the 547 DAC plus the full 994 SSI. So you were making like 1541 for 2 months, if I understand correct. Am I getting the math right? For 2 months, they fucked up. They gave you full SSI plus that. So did you have to pay any of that back, or
No, they didn't, because they didn't ask anything about it. They just say the basic stuff. I just, like I told you like last time, like I just don't want any problems with them, so I just keep my bank account under 2,000. And then the only problem is like the whole back pay situation. Like they just
yes, you might have mentioned that last time. Refreshment. When you were approved, they went back to the date you applied, because you were approved in March. Did they go back to October? I'm curious. What did they pick as your disability date retroactively? You got approved in March, you said. Yeah. When did they determine you were disabled? Because they paid you all those months in one lump sum, I'd imagine. When did they determine your date was?
I think, like I said, if I had the paper, it says on it. I think it's like December, November from that. And funny enough, this is the first sum that I have. I have a second sum, a lump coming, because I guess the DAC has something to do with that. They still owe me from that, retroactive. So September, I'm getting a lot like from that too. And then I'm pretty sure it was from December 2025 on, retroactively, I guess. Yeah.
So you probably got SSI full amount, the full 994. Now you're getting the DAC amount, whatever that is, the 547. So okay, that's what it sounds like. But then let me ask you this: if you don't spend all that money and you want to keep your bank account low, do you just withdraw cash? Or I remember Todd used to do that. He would withdraw cash, keep in the bank account. That was some good advice. Go to an ATM if you have to. Withdraw cash. Do you find yourself withdrawing cash so you don't have too much in the bank account next month? Or
yeah, I found that easier than having to spend it, like on just random stuff. But the thing is, like, I'm waiting for since I think they have a new rule or something where if you get like if you don't have to do a report if you live with your parent because of the DAC thing. If I don't have to report any of like my back pay, because I have like
tell me about that too. Okay, you're saying that if you're on DAC, you don't have to, currently, do you have to report? You got to check in every month and say I'm not working, or what do you have to do? How do you report currently?
Oh no, I don't have to do that, but I think I told you they have like the pamphlet they send you, which has all the info about even back pay and keeping your bank account in that pamphlet or whatever. It says at the end of the year they always they want like detailed receipts and all that, and like what did you spend the money on if you're on like DAC or something. But one of the new rules they implemented, since I live at home with my dad and I get DAC and he's on retirement and I live at home with him, we don't have to like report anything at the end of the year.
Okay, so you got on this Sneak Bucks this year.
Yeah.
Under the old system, you would have to report every year because you're on DAC. They got rid of that. So originally you would have had to report at the end of the year, but you're saying you don't have to. Is that starting this year or next year? You might have to report this year unless the law took effect already. But because you're on DAC, you've got to report how you spent the money.
I think it was in effect like 2 years before actually. They said the only way you have to report is if like I didn't live like with my parent like that gets DAC. Like, well, I'm getting DAC from him. So if I didn't live here, then my dad or me and him would have to sit down and literally, I just in case, like, because you don't, SSA is wishy-washy, so I do have all the receipts just in case, because if I didn't, like, then I mean that's what like I told you before, like, as you know, as hard as it is to like get SSI, I mean, it's so easy to lose it. There's so many little traps that you can fall into.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
I'm all, dude. And I got one of the things I get it for is OCD, so I'm on top of this always. You know, like I said, yeah.
Yeah. And he's lucky he has very little work history, so he qualified for SSI, which I think is actually slightly easier to get SSI than SSDI. Your father had to like go through it, apply, appeal. I'll probably be put on SSDI because I have so much work history. You're lucky because you were young and you never really worked. You told me you only worked you briefly worked at a 7-Eleven. You really have no work history, and you spent time in the psych ward. I'm assuming Todd himself hadn't worked for years by the time he applied, because how he got SSI and not SSDI is still beyond me. I'll be forced onto SSDI, which has pros and cons, but I'll probably do what your father did: appeal, go for a judge. I'm probably going to go your father's route because I have too much work history.
Yeah. I mean, I think you said you and your brother like filled out a form or something together like a few months ago. What was
that was for the DD. That was for what's called the DDS. Each state has their own. DDS stands for it was Department or Division of Disabled Services, basically disabled services. They're the ones, and it must have been the same in Michigan, if I understand correctly. Every state has their own version of this, and it's not Social Security. These guys are the ones who send you the questionnaire. And in my case, it might have been for the physical, because it was asking about physical, mental stuff. For the I had to fill one out. I had to fill two out. One like, how's my life, et cetera, et cetera. The other was about, I think the second one was. And you had to fill one out that was like identical to mine. And we had to send that to the DDS because they do the medical review and then they report back to Social Security. So it wasn't actually Social Security. It was every state has some kind of equivalent disabled services that handles the determination process, and then they give that to the Social Security, which then figures out what you're eligible for, if you're, how much you've worked, work credits, etc. So, and I was told by the lady on the phone, you can't pick and choose. It's not like I could apply for SSI, not SSDI. You have no choice. You must take whatever benefits you're entitled to, and it's one ruling. So whether I'm disabled or not it's not like, yeah, you can't get SSDI, but you can get SSI. It's either, you're only given one ruling. In your case, you were ruled disabled. Since you had no work credits, they gave you SSI. In my case, it'll probably be SSDI. I can't pick and choose. They're going to say, okay, you either are or aren't disabled, and, you get whichever one you're entitled to, probably SSDI, or you don't get it. So I think it might have been easier if I had known this 20 plus years ago. I would have said, I'm a fucking retard. Get me a diagnosis. I should have done this years ago. Forget going to college.
Yeah.
I would have done this years ago had I known. But I'm in my mid 40s, man. We didn't talk about these things back then. My baby boomer parents in their 70s were kind of not too far in age from yours.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice how you get all this government assistance and your parents don't seem to care or chastise you. That's very good. And did you ever go to college, Draven?
No, I haven't. Nope.
And if you don't mind me asking, why were you in the psych ward?
Real quick, so I was there for like first time it was I didn't even know what a psych ward was because I'm low IQ. I was there because I was like saying I'm gonna rope when I was a teenager, and then the second time was because one of my meds was making me like even more suicidal because these psych meds. Third time I actually did try to rope, like I think Todd did too once. I think, right, OC. We actually went through with it. I went through with it too, yeah. So,
well, Todd's story was he went to a park with a shotgun,
right?
And said, "What am I doing?" Threw the gun in the river. Called the police. Can you tell us about your story real quick?
Yeah, dude. So this was like when I was 19. So that was after like I remember I told you. I can refresh you guys. Like, so I did work like for a week and a half at a gas station. Like I think it's like I guess it would be like a quick trip where you guys are. You mentioned the others. It was like that.
Yeah, it was like a convenience store gas station thing.
Yeah, right. And
no offense, you look the part. You look like the kind of guy.
Yeah. Hey, dude. Funny enough, it was my dad who knew the guy who was Pakistani who got me the job. Right. So yeah, I did look the part. I was stocking shelves for a week and a half. So okay, long story short, I got the money. And I did some research, because it's easy to find out what you can mix together. And then I got like the next level, like sleeping pills, like I think it's called like Unisom or something, and then obviously ZQuil, like that comes in the caplets. If you mix that together, like you'll have a seizure and die like right away. Well, in like a few minutes.
Well, I'm sorry. You got these pills from a doctor, or you bought them illegally? Can you tell how'd you get these pills?
Oh no, these are at CVS, dude. No, especially if
Oh,
you.
really?
Yeah, this is over the counter stuff.
Oh, it's all over the counter. Okay, all right.
Right, yeah, and they're really cheap, especially if you go for the non-name brand, like the CVS company. You'll get them like really cheap.
What's it called? In case I had to kill myself. I'm just curious. Is ZQuil or NyQuil mixed with what?
Qualcomm or
Hawkeye?
Unisom, like Unisom, yeah.
Okay.
So and then so I guess for a few days I was like saying, okay, when am I gonna do this? And I was keep thinking, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. And that turned into like 3 months. And one night I was like, oh, screw it. Let me just do it. And then it was actually, funny enough, it was working right away because while I was walking up the stairs, the flashing lights. I don't know if you guys ever had a seizure before, but everything is true what they say like on the symptoms. The whole room was like flashing lights, like like those old 50s cameras in like the boxing matches where the guys were sitting in the crowd. Yeah, and then my leg started moving like when you're having a seizure. It's not just the normal like caffeine jitter leg shake. It was like it's like somebody's drilling under your leg like with a drill. And then I knew it was working. I guess the one mistake I made was I went into my room alone. Like I obviously like I closed my door, and my parents' room is like across the hall, like where they were. And I think my dad like funny enough, he was just getting up to drink water, and then they heard me like choking, like screaming, like choking, like where because like that stuff makes you choke, and then you have a seizure, and then you die. And then next thing I knew, it was like 3 days later, I was unconscious, and then I finally woke up, and they took the tube out of my throat, and it hurt so bad. And but then, yeah, and then that story worked. Like when I went to the exam too, when I told the lady about how many times I tried.
You woke up in a hospital. I'm assuming you woke up in a hospital bed, right? You were in a hospital bed.
Yeah. But
and then they took you to the psych ward after they released you to the psych ward, or.
Oh yeah, they had to make sure like they gave me anti-seizure medicine. So I was there for 2 more nights, and then they sent me to the ward for 11 days, and then I finally went home, and I never been back. And this I always say there's a silver lining in this, like even I guess for Todd too. It got me the neat bucks because the lady asked me. She said, "How many times have you attempted?" It was actually more than this. Like I went to the ward 3 times, but besides that, I never got like caught the other 3 times where I try, like when you're an angsty teenager, like you look up like, hey, where's that artery on your wrist and all that crap, and that doesn't really work. It's not the movies, where you see like Will Smith sitting in the tub where he like slices his arm or whatever that movie was. That doesn't work in real life, but yeah, I told her like I tried like 6 times, but I went to the ward 3 for that. But yeah.
Wow.
Now, do you still have any thoughts like that anymore, or have you passed that?
I mean, like, yeah, I do like certain times, like, but I mean, I never make like a plan or anything because I mean, who would say that anyways, like to their parents, like if like the doctor asks, like how I have a psychiatrist, he asked that, like, I'll tell her like I have thoughts, but I never say I have a plan because the last time I said that when I was a retarded teenager, they sent me to the ward for 10 days. But yeah, but I do have thoughts. Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of people do. I guess that's maybe Todd does too. I mean. Sometimes, or Xenesis, some guys like that. Because, I guess you don't really have like a purpose sometimes, like, when you're on need bucks, So that's why I said I got the OCD where I'm cleaning something like in my house, I'm like making sure everything doesn't have dust on it or something. And
right, but it's funny because you say it on purpose, but you and Todd tried your attempts before. Your attempts got you on neat bucks. Now that you're on them, it's almost like, well, I can stick around a little bit. At least you have that safety net kind of. Yeah, but I hear what you're saying. When people like Todd or you or Xenesis who are on neat bucks feel like they don't have a purpose, okay, but yeah.
Did you have a near-death experience when you tried to end your life, or you just woke up in the hospital?
Oh, well, I like I said, like I was feeling like like the seizure coming because I actually knew about the symptoms before that, like the flashing lights. Yeah, like I threw up. I like I took like a lot of pills, like almost the whole bottle. So I threw up and I knew like something was going to happen, So, but then no, I remember I woke up in the hospital. Like, and I actually read the report because I got my medical records and they had like a detailed report. I didn't know I was out for like 2 days, so I think my parents told me after.
Wow.
But yeah, I was out for 2 days because I thought it was just like a few hours later I woke up, but no, it was like 2 days. But yeah.
You actually took it. Todd kind of chickened out.
Yeah, he didn't really do it.
Yeah. It sounds like you're on the cusp of actually,
No,
slipping,
dude.
slipping away there.
Yeah, this sounds morbid, but it was like so peaceful after taking those pills. It was like morning time, like 3 a.m. So I was like, okay, this is it. Finally, this is over. I wake up and I was like, God damn it. Yeah, but I actually, this sounds really morbid, like, but to answer like Bro C's question, like sometimes I do wish like I didn't go to my room and people heard me like choking. I wish I stayed in the basement. I would have been dead now. So I mean that sounds pretty morbid, but hey, I got knee bucks now, so I guess that's this.
Yeah,
I was gonna say you got knee bucks and you came on to tell me about it. So there must have been a purpose.
Yeah.
God or Allah, whoever Vishnu wanted you to survive to tell me about your knee buck story. So,
It was Jesus Christ, man. Because no, but I guess yeah, I was gonna ask so like when you do get like if you do get approved OC, what's your plan for after that? I know that's really like a loaded question, but what do you plan to do? Like you plan to move with your brother?
well, it's kind of tricky. Okay, we got to find a place to live quickly to get out of here. We would like to get into what's called affordable housing.
Yeah.
You can't make too much or you can't make too little. Right now we make too little because if I had a job, or if I had SSI, either if I had meat bucks or a job plus his job, we would qualify for this affordable housing. Right now I'm too low. If we can get the affordable housing where it doesn't matter how much money you have in the bank, you don't need to have like 3 times the rent. The rent is like, less than $1,000. If we can get into that, whether I'm working or on meat bucks, then I would try to get him diagnosed to see if he can get on it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And then it would be one of these things where, okay, we have an apartment we can afford, whether we work or don't work, whether we say fuck it to work for a few days or quit our jobs.
Yes.
If we want to just stream at weird hours, if we want to if we want to do some track, whatever. But first, it's almost like I can't think that far ahead. First, I'm in the middle. This is meat bucks process and trying to get out of this house. So I would like to get into an affordable housing. Whether I work or you need some kind of income. Doesn't matter if it's a job or meat bucks. I have 0 right now. If I had this income from meat bucks and plus his working, we can get into one of those places. Don't have to worry now about rent and shit. And then we can see if he qualifies for meat bucks and go from there. That's my plan.
Yeah. I mean, like all I can really say, like as somebody like telling you about. I mean, I told you my experience, and I think Todd's experience, or because I mean, we're obviously me and him are in the United States. I mean. Asking Xanasis would be kind of, I mean, he's in a different country.
Yeah, it's a whole different world in your
right. Yeah, and the way he got it, I mean, the whole he
claimed he told me he quit his job, but he asked them to say he was fired because if you get fired, you can get meat bucks. That's what he claims, and they said, sure, even though you're quitting and abandoning us, we'll happily do your bidding and say you were fired. It was like I'm like, oh, what a world he lives in. If I did that. I'd say I'm quitting. Oh, say I was fired for meat bucks. They say, get the fuck out. I wouldn't.
Yeah, true. So I was asking like when you went to get the pizza or whatever, like those grill streams are pretty good. Like Bro C was saying, you cook in bulk, so you guys just reheat all that the next day. And
what about the grill streams?
I told them we don't grill every day. We cook once and eat for 4 days.
Yeah, we try to make enough food for the last several days.
Right. We just microwave it. The next
microwave. Heat it up.
Yeah. Is that whole have you been to the doctor about the whole cholesterol thing since last time? Because I think you told me about that last time. Yeah.
I should go back. Not since last time. No, but I should probably see a doctor. I get to a dentist. Yeah, I should probably see it to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still take my Lipitor. It's called atorvastatin. Lipitor. It's kind of an over 40 med. I take my Lipitor daily. My father refused, and he ended up having a stroke in his later 60s, so I at least take my meds, my Lipitor med. Right,
yeah. But yeah, I went to go. I got the whole I don't know what's called a panel test or whatever. I just think it's good to get that because you can find stuff like you said how your father had a stroke. I know he was probably up there in age, but I just like getting on top of my health and stuff because I got OCD, so and the whole cavity thing. I went to the dentist and I had I had 7 cavities and I got them all filled. It was brutal.
But no, now I'm like,
we need Medicaid, meat bucks. Yes, the
yeah,
government can pay to
yes,
fix my the mess.
Right.
Yes, I agree.
yeah. But no, like when you're like disregarding your health and stuff, like it like affects you now, like later on. So I just want to make sure like I'm not like if I'm miserable right now, but I don't want to be extra miserable with like all this nerve pain and like tooth pain and all that. So I'm so OCD about that, and I just go to the doctor, whatever,
Right.
more frequently. But yeah, I'm probably gonna get off like in a few minutes.
I was about to say, don't feel obliged. We'll probably get back out soon. Don't feel obliged. We appreciate you coming on. If you think of anything else or come across anything else, like I said, I'm not. If you find out why your mother makes less than $9.94, that's something to look into, or why you can't get food stamps, or the DAC, SSI discrepancies. Yeah, mark it, make a mental note, or write it down. Yeah, let me know because I'm curious. And if you think of other questions for me, by all means, ask. Yeah. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted to come on and like I like coming on your channel, like like I told you last time, like there's time for like the trolls in the comments, but I like when there's actual like the conversation you had with Horsehead. I rewatched that, and that was pretty good. It wasn't like
the one where he came on, or the next grill stream when I was questioning. Real quick, we go. My brother, you went to bed.
No,
you didn't see me talk. I really like Horse. Part of it's like people tell me I'm an asshole when I put people backstage. So I was trying not to do that, and I was looking for some come on. But really, what it really was I hadn't spoken to Horse. It's been a long time since I've seen him. I like the guy. Some people say get rid of Horse. I like the guy, but if I have like a disagreement or something doesn't make sense in my mind, I'll call him out. So I like Horse. I identify a lot with what he was saying, but I thought his story was a bit odd. It's like a luxury that we don't have. So my question was, I will fully admit maybe I was wrong, but a long weekend for someone like in our professions, if you want to call them that. How many days did you miss work for a funeral? Well, you know what a long weekend means. I felt he was being a bit obtuse. What is your opinion on any of that? I want to hear it. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, like, if somebody's asking a question like that, I mean, I get maybe he was in a shitty mood or something, but it's like, come on, let's just have like a conversation. I mean, you're trying to like, be like you're kind of like a semi-therapist in that conversation. Like you're actually giving him time to vent, So I mean, he should answer the question. I mean, I'm not telling him what to do, but I guess he maybe had a shitty day. But I think Horse is one of the few that are on your like chat that actually like has like some comprehensive conversation. He's not just spamming like that. The grid trolls account are annoying. Sometimes I just leave the stream because like it's so annoying. Like you can't even chat in the thing where there's so many people. I'm glad you blocked him, So, but yeah. But yeah, no, I think Horse is a good dude, and like I said in closing, like that's why I like coming on your streams. You can have like comprehensive conversations, Even like when Todd came on a few months ago, that was pretty cool.
I was one of the greatest. He's my hero. That was awesome. Everyone. People don't watch me. They thought I was mean to that Chris Dubbs guy. Chris Dubbs was kind of being obnoxious. God is here. Shut the fuck up. It's like sometimes I wonder who are these people who watch my channel because they're clearly not interested in me or my brother or what we're talking about. I think some people just hang out here to have a hangout and cause trouble. Yes. Which is why I like talking to guys like you and Horse, as different as we are. You, a young Curry with suicide attempts on Eat Bucks, and Horse, a guy who's your age with a wife and
you offer a discourse back and forth.
Despite our differences, we're here to have a nice time, nice conversation, enjoy each other's company. So I agree with you. It's good to have people like you and Horse come around. Yeah. And Todd, if he wants to come back, I'll talk to him.
Yeah. Like that's the best thing about your channel. Like you said, it's like I don't know what term you use, like a coffee house or whatever. Whatever it is. Yeah, it's just as long as the trolls like calm down, and obviously you can just block them. I think your channel is like one of the only few, like besides Off Grid's channel. But you got the trolls in his chat too that come and bother him. But
right.
Yeah, like next time you stream, I'll probably come on again to see what's happening with Social Security. But until then, see you. It was good talking to you, bro. See you, and I'll see you.
This is my last question. My very last question. You applied. You said October of 25. Got approved in March. This is the last question. October to March. When did you see the doctor? Was it in February? You might have told me. When you applied in October, is that correct? When were you sent to see the doctor? Do you recall?
Wait, it was September, and then February, like second week of February. I remember, like, because it's really cold.
Right, and you were approved about a month later. You were approved in March sometime, month or.
Yeah, it was like March 8th where I got a letter. They said you got a favorable medical
Right.
whatever it's called decision. So and
Right.
yeah, I was able to just walk into the office. Like I didn't need to, because sometimes they say, oh, you got to get an appointment, and we don't have an appointment until like June. And I was like, God damn it! And then but then I got that letter, and it was like, oh yeah, you can just walk into the office. And then like I told you, I was so lucky, like, where I got like the manager lady. It was some black lady, and she was like, oh, she just did my because they do like the medical review, but then they do a non-medical review, and it was over in like 5 minutes. She was like, okay, yeah, you're getting this much back pay, and you're getting that, and then just give us your banking, and then come back, and then you're done. You don't have to come back. Just checking. Yeah.
I'm sorry. The doctor told you that? The doctor or the nurse lady told you how much you were approved for? She told you?
No. Sorry, I might have said it too fast. No. There was this lady at the Social Security, the office.
Right?
Yeah, and she was like the manager lady because I think because I had to go there with my dad, and my dad told like the security guard, and he like goes in and says like, hey, like these guys have been sitting here for like an hour, and you have to pull your number out when you go in, like, hey, you're A47, and then like we're so lucky he talked to the manager lady, and she was like, yeah, we're doing the non-medical review right here, and they asked my dad, do I get government assistance, and he was like, yeah, he gets food stamps, and then she told me this is how much back pay you're getting in 2 weeks, and then September, which is in a month or 2 months. That's how much I'm getting. She's the one who told me. Yeah.
I'm sorry, before you leave, okay. You were getting food stamps. You were kicked off afterwards. You used to get food stamps before SSI?
Yeah, I used to get food stamps before SSI. Yeah, and then I had this like normal Medicaid. But since I have a disability now, they said like I can get this special Medicaid because I have like a approved disability. Where it covers way more than like the wisdom teeth surgery or whatever, like getting your blood test or going to the doctor, going to the urgent care, ER, all that's covered, ambulance. I think it has like more perks on it, which is, I guess, is good. Yeah.
Yeah, you get some kind of because people might get kicked off the regular Medicaid now that the big beautiful bill is going to take effect in the coming years. So you got disability Medicaid, wherever it's called.
Yeah.
My question, let me say real quick. You asked me before. You went to the Social Security office for a non-medical review. That's what I was saying before. The DDS does the medical portion. They report back to SSA. And then SSA takes what they give them medically and then does a non-medical review. So our forms we sent in were for the DDS or whatever it's called in Michigan, the Disability Services. We sent them that. And so Disability Services handles the medical part. They report back to Social Security. So first you got to get through DDS. If DDS says, yes, we think he's medically fucked up, then Social Security can make the determination. Why did you went to the office after your doctor's appointment, but before you were approved? You went, if I understand, September to February was 5 months. You applied in September. 5 months later, you went to go see the doctor. You got approved in March. When did you go to the Social Security office to ask about this? Is it between the doctor's visit and approval, or?
So just I can give a quick rundown. So end of September to February. So in the first week of February, I got that on the SSA page. Like it has a blue bar. It says you're scheduled for
the steps. Yeah.
Exam or something. I forgot what it's called. The exam where the psychologist lady was there, and then it was like February 13th, and it was really cold. I remember that. So then she asked all the detailed questions, which I was asking you. I said, whenever you get that, you kind of have to ham it up a little bit, because if you're just truly honest, they'll be like, oh, you still can work, So I had to tell her like everything, how the way I think and all that. So that kind of helped because I'm a Spurg basically, And after that, it was like I got the federal quality review 2 weeks after, and that took about 2 weeks, and then that was when it was like March 8th, because obviously February there's only 28 days. It was really quick. It was like a March 8th or something. It says you got a favorable medical decision. Just
okay, right. So you knew. Okay, then what made you go to the office with your father? What was the point of going to the office if you were told you were approved? Why did you go to the office to the security guard and all that? Why did you go to the Social Security office?
Oh, they said it was only a favorable medical decision that was made. Not you have to go. You actually have to go in person where they do a non-medical where she types everything in the computer.
Okay. So you got a favorable, and then you got to go back to Social Security with your favorable. Say I got a favorable, and okay.
Yeah, and then
I'm learning here.
Yes.
It's like an onion layer.
Yeah, I know.
that's like the easiest part is when you do the non-medical because it takes like 2 minutes, man. But I guess and then I think I told you I had like trouble with like the bank account and stuff. But I got that figured out and like because like for 2 days for like the whole day we were they got some buffoons sitting behind the counter sometimes. So I guess like the banking thing was like the hardest part, which was funny. But luckily we got lucky with that where I got that all sorted out. But yeah, it took about if you count October, November, December, January, February, March. So I guess like 6 months, right? I mean, yeah.
5 months from when you applied in September to when you went to the doctor, it was 5 months, and you were approved a month later. 5 and 1 and 6.
Mm-hmm.
When you got your favorable review, did it tell you flat out in the letter you must report to a Social Security office now, or it told you, instructed you to?
I think it said go to your local field office for a non-medical review, and then from there, obviously they'll tell you, which is basically it's done, and you just have to wait for your first deposit. And if you're lucky, if it's the first of the month, the next day, I mean, you get it the next day. But it was like only 2 weeks. I got my back pay check. They can't deposit like over $2,000 in obviously in the account. So it was a hefty amount. So I got it in a paper check and then only deposited a little. Then like I said, I keep a huge chunk of cash like in a savings box in my house. So yeah.
All right, now we're gonna let you go. I promise the very final question.
Yeah, it's fine.
No, here's why. Because even my brother's drunk and tired. Bro C will remember better than I do. I asked several times. You just said you're like a Spurg, but I don't believe that's your diagnosis. Can you tell us one more time? I'll share mine after this. What were your official diagnoses, and which one got you neat bucks? What are you officially diagnosed with, and what were you approved for neat bucks because of?
I think I got him for all of them, to be honest, because even when I was applying on the phone, this is in September. They asked like what are disorders that you're diagnosed with, and I literally have them like on the page, like where one of my medical records from recently. So okay, 1, general anxiety disorder.
Okay, I got that. That's among mine. I'll find my thing of it.
And you know how brutal that is. I mean, yeah.
Very yes.
And then that combined with obsessive compulsive, which is like I think that's the whole afraid of like germs and like wanting everything to be organized. I mean, if you see my basement, like I just have to make sure everything's organized and everything. So that and the third is bipolar 2. It's not 1. I know it's 2.
Interesting. Bipolar 2. Okay.
Yeah. And then I think that's it. Those 3.
You're not officially diagnosed Spurg. You're not a Spurg on paper.
No. But I do have document of because they took an IQ test because I always they looked at my IQ test from. Okay, real quick, is it okay if I tell you like the whole IQ thing, why that's official?
Oh yeah, I'm happy to hear
that also is official, and I can tell you why. You have to get an IQ test from in the United States. There's a company called Welshire. Welshire has to do an IQ test below 18, and I luckily got one from the Welshire company, which is the main company, at age 16. And I have a full document of their assessment of me, like in great detail. And like what it says on it is pretty like brutal too. Like reading it now, where it's like I won't be able to function. Like one of the big things is like on low IQ is like me, Eric Draven, won't be able to function with other kids my age because they're already like far ahead. So I have a 70 IQ. Which is literally an intellectual disability. So I have that too. So that's literally like because if it was 71, like they could say, oh, they could just like beat around the bush and say, oh, it's not it. But I literally have a 70, and so that is part of the thing too. So that's why they're like, okay, you can't ever work because you can't even manage like anything by yourself because you're low IQ. And I have that documented. I have that whenever, if any time, like I need to show it or anything, and I guess that helped me right now because I mean that's how I get neat bucks. So that's like that's an official, unofficial, like fourth.
Right. So
guess thing,
you've got general anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, bipolar 2, and from the time you were under 18, you were given an IQ test of 70 from this Welsher company.
Yeah.
At least one question leads to another. At the age of 16, didn't your parents say we should get this guy on Neat Bucks as soon as he turns 18? I would say, wait, if my 16-year-old son is really, if they're saying this, let's apply as soon as he turns 18. Let's get him on Neat Bucks because your father was already on SSDI by that point. Your parents didn't. I'm curious now. Why did it take you so long to apply for SSI? It sounds like, and yes, the suicide attempts, all that, the psych wards helped, but it sounds like you should have been applying when as soon as you turned 18. Your 18th birthday.
Well, I can talk about that too. I said this a long time ago, OC. So obviously, so I did when I was 16 because it says for some reason I was able to apply because that was one of the things they asked me. They said for this time they said, did you ever apply before this? And we had to say obviously I did though. Age 16 I applied, but I guess I'm putting in air quotes, my record wasn't like brutal enough for them, where it was like, okay, at age 16, like, I guess they still say, oh, just go get a job and work on yourself. But at this point, at 25, they was like, okay, my record is pretty brutal. There's no future for this guy. So let's give him the Neat Bucks now. So I guess what I'm trying to say, at 16, there wasn't enough record, like bad records of suicide attempts. Yeah.
But the Welsher test, IQ test, when you were 16, you submitted that when you were applying this time. That's in the file, the electronic. You submitted that so they know you.
Yeah. I didn't even have to submit it. They were going to read it because they got the office I used to go to. When they took that test, that was in like one of the medical records of that office. I went there for like 8 years, but then I had to switch offices because of some Medicaid problem. The guy left or something. But it was in one of the medical records, and they literally, that's the whole point of the DDS or whatever. They literally read every page, which is good. I mean, and then I told you I had a doctor's note from August 2025 of my nurse practitioner. She's really nice. She wrote like how I already am good for disability. Because I have all these issues, and she detailed how my OCD affects my afraid of like everything, overthinking and all that.
Right.
Yeah. And then I had that too, but I had to, like I told you last time, I had to take that into the office so she can put it on file for the doctor or whatever, And then I mean that's all they really saw. I mean the rest of the records was all up to them. They said keep physical records, but they said no, we're gonna get them ourselves, and they got them. And then that's how I ended up right now. So yeah.
One thing before we're going to let you go, one thing that bothers me, Horsehead went to go get pizza. I think we inspired him.
Yes, we did.
We were actually singing his praises, even though you criticized him before. I agree with you. We were all saying, despite being from, you're a young Curry on SSI. I'm a middle-aged Spurg in Jersey. This guy's a family man. Despite our differences, we like to come to the coffee house, and we were saying it's good. The reason I stream, despite all the trolls and the presumptuous weirdos, it's great to have, despite different walks of life, we can all get together and have these conversations. Yeah. And I'm dead serious, Horse. You can rewind back and watch. Eric Draven, we were saying, we were talking about you. Maybe your ears were ringing. It's good. We were saying how we like Horse, we like Eric, we all get along.
We do.
Yeah, so I want to reiterate that because he's not going to rewind back and watch. We were singing his praises, even though he was in a bit of a testy mood that day, as you agree. Yeah, it's good to you can get into a tiff and still get it back together. And despite our different walks of life, we can. So I mean that. So it was great. So good to see you. We'll let you go, and don't be a stranger. You're more than welcome to hang out. And thank you for all you've probably, honestly, at this point, I never thought a young Curry from Michigan would give me more Neat Bucks advice than.
When he first started streaming, we were hoping to get information that would help us, and you shed a lot of light on more things.
Like that. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was cool seeing everybody in the chat, and it was good talking to you, bro.
Likewise.
We'll see you next time. Yeah.
Good. It's good. He'll remember better than I remember most of it. I forget. He should probably remember most of this so we can compare.
I hope so.
So if I asked you again, wait, you have OCD? Yes, he told you OCD and bipolar. Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Until next
all
time.
right. I can tell. I'm a Spur. I can tell. Okay, you can say goodnight. Thank you for joining us, Eric. Appreciate it. Thank you for saying hi to Bruce. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
See you next
yeah.
time.
You guys have a good night. See you.
You
We'll
too.
try, yes.
Okay.
That's a piss of
You can tell. I mean, let's have one more beer. We'll probably wind it down.
agree.
This was nice. It's nice. This is why I stream. Not to talk about whatever shit you people like before. You're like, oh, all the drama and the Spur. Right? It's like it's just, the stuff online could be like a microcosm, illustrative display of what I'm talking about in real life. But this is the shit. This is the reason I stream. So that was nice. You don't always get a stream. Every stream is different. You never know where a stream is going to go. Well, that's what you can criticize. He might be lying. Maybe he's only 80 IQ, but that's dumb enough to make him think it's 70. I don't know. I take his word. He seems articulate enough. You discuss. He claims his IQ was 70, or at the age of 16, it was 70. I don't know. That's another good question for him. Would he consider taking a new IQ test just for fun? But I wouldn't bother because that might jeopardize neat bucks. But it's possible. We don't know what he was like at 16. Maybe he came across as lower IQ because he was just, suicide. Like you said, he was suicidal. Maybe he didn't take the test right. Maybe they gave him a lower score than his actual IQ. We don't know. But you're saying he doesn't sound like he's 70 IQ? Well, possibly. He said it was at 16. So maybe, hey, listen. His parents are living the dream. He's living the dream. His parents came from shithole Pakistan to come here and use federal American monies for neat bucks. Can't say I blame them. Amazing how the system works. Earlier, Cassandra, I don't want to spread rumors. We had a guy here named Lennon, and Lennon was like, would you break ties with I think he meant you. He was going on about Laffy Love. Laffy Love's a dude. Lennon was like, would you break ties with Cassandra? DBF says she's no good. I'm like, I don't care. I welcome everyone wants to be here, comes in peace. And I don't know. I'm not going to spread. I don't know if DBF actually said that, but Cassandra, you like to go Destroyed by Foyd's chats. Was he saying, oh, so you shouldn't talk to Cassandra. She's no good. Like I said, my name's not DBF. My name's not dumb. I'm not in love with every chick who comes here. And like I said, not even women and men. Anyone who comes in peace, I wouldn't kick someone off for having a vagina. I wouldn't kick someone off for being a normie with a wife and kid. I wouldn't kick someone off for being 70 IQ. I kind of feel like people don't understand the premise of my streams. Yeah, he might have been tested. Maybe at that time being catatonic, or because he talked about, I don't know what you saw, he was talking about his first suicide attempt when he was a teenager. He might have been in like a bad state of mind, so we don't know. Or maybe 70 IQ isn't as stupid or as stereotypically stupid as you people assume. Maybe 70 IQ can have a nice conversation, but there are problems we don't know about offline. Because I always said about me, like I'm a Spurg, right? When I was a kid, they didn't diagnose Asperger's. They would say autism is like retards who don't have Down syndrome. And they would say to me, well, you're in all the normal classes. You take a normal math class, a normal English class, a normal history, a normal science. Academically, you're fine. So intellectually, you're fine. Ignoring this whole other aspect. You can't be autistic because you took the regular classes. It might be the same thing. Maybe some 70 IQs, we have a stereotype, a bias as to what we think they are. Maybe they can be articulate, but there's other stuff going on that we're not paying attention to, which would show their lack of IQ. Just like with me. Well, you take all the regular academic courses, you can't be autistic. Same concept. So maybe he's well-spoken, but other stuff is going on that we're not seeing here. I try to get people the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. That's why I don't want to break ties with anyone. Like I said, yes. People break ties with me, then they want to come back. It's just like Christ. I heard a bit, but I was prepping for a class, says Cassandra. You're still in Arizona when you move into Colorado. Unable to chat. I don't know who that is or why he would say. Yeah, there's a guy named Lennon, and he was like, are you going to cut off that girl, Laffy Love? I'm like, Laffy Love's a guy.
Yeah,
Laffy Love's like 20 years old, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
He makes those dumb drops. I'm like, who are you talking about? And who knows? He said I don't believe everything I hear. That's why I was trying to tell him, keep an open mind, think of something, but don't believe it. He claimed, whether it's true or not, that DBF said OC should kick Cassandra out. I'm like, well, I don't kick anybody out just because. I don't know if that's even true or not. I'm not even trying to point the finger at DBF. I'm just like, what is this nonsense? It's like, what is this? Anyway, yeah, plus DBF has a lot of chicks. He's kind of more of a simp than I am, I would say. Despite going after Bussy, he's more of a simp. I don't want to make this a whole destroyed by Foyds thing, but I was curious what you thought because your name came up before. You were confused for Laffy Love, and my response is, well, Lennon, stick around a bit longer. Pay a little more attention. You should be able to tell Cassandra from Laffy Love. You know? But no, my principle has always been I don't kick anyone out. I let people come as they are. A lot of people want to cut ties with me and go on about how horrible I am. But and I say when that happens, if you're a third party listening, you should say, okay, it's interesting what you're saying about OC. I'll keep that in mind. But if you guys don't interact, why are you so opinionated about OC? Question things. Climb a stair, people. Climb a stair. Rafterman has met smart people who do bad on tests. Cassandra and Seymour moved before we did.
That. All right, very good.
I had to take a piss. We'll probably wind this down. It's been longer than I expected, but I'm glad we did this. It was good to talk to Eric Draven.
Yes.
How was the pizza? Oh, is the rest still in there? Did I take it out?
I thought you did. I don't know. Take a look.
Well, we have pizza for the next couple of days. You know what I mean?
Yes. Hello, life is torture. How you been? Yes, it's nice to be settled down. So now, are you in a condo or a townhouse? Did you buy a house?
She told me she wanted to rent a house that had like a walkout basement or some shit. I don't remember the whole story.
Oh, so you're
and I want to like plan a family there. This is where, you know, she wants to live in the Rockies. She says that's where we'll find peace. Settle down and raise up a family to call our own. Yeah, we'll have a home. Let tomorrow be. Yeah, so they're in their Rocky Mountain High. Well, that's what you told me last time. It was a few weeks ago. Yeah, you're going to bed or maybe.
Okay, because look at her next two comments. She confirms all that.
It's a house. We're renting a house. It has a walkout basement. Yes.
Oh my God, a walkout
basement. Wasn't here for that.
No. This is all news to me. Very good.
Okay. We had a nice chat. I'm glad Eric Draven came on.
Yes,
nice
I know, yes.
I think another 5-6 minutes. Call two. Yeah, call you.
Sure.
What do we now? My anxiety goes away when I'm, this is a distraction. I'll go back to the apartment.
Yes.
Why is it $100 cheaper? What went on there?
Yeah, I know.
Will it still be available in September? If we're gonna wait, are we gonna have enough? Because you have to have 3 times the rent.
Yeah, I know.
The amount was what? It was $17.95. This is actually it's a one bedroom cheapo apartment. 1 bed, 1 bath. Somehow the negress in the office, the aged colored bitch, knew that you want 1 bedroom. How'd you know? And I'm like, I don't want to rock the boat. I was like, you'll have apartments ready on August 1st, but also September 1st if you went in September. Well, they go fast, but that one should probably be down. I'm like, well, why is it $100 less? This is hard to rent. I'm like, I don't want to say anything. I'm like, is it a meth lab? Why is this one $100 less? It looks like every other. I'm like, okay,
yeah, no.
But if you're moving it out, I need 3 times. We need 3 between us. We have to have 3 times the rent. And they want to do a credit score. 3 times the rent is over $3,000. I don't know, 6. What is it? Wait. What was it again? 5, 6, 5, something. Yeah. When did you leave Arizona? What was your last night in Arizona? When did you say goodbye to Tucson? I agree. I can maybe tolerate it. Last time we lived there, we lived in we had a 2-bedroom. It was a 2-bedroom garden luxury. The 2.5 baths. It was nice. Rent was, I think it was about the same. It was like 18, 19. It was under $2,000, and they didn't care about 3 times the rent. That was when did our father have a stroke? It was like 7 years ago. And then we got dragged into this mess, this black hole, because of daddy's stroke and mommy can't pay the rent. And now they're nice, housed away nicely. Or we fucking suffer trying to spend all this fucking money throwing out their shit. Let's digress. Calm down. Decompress. This is all new. This is like a post-COVID. My father had a stroke in September of 19. We moved out December of 19 when the lease was up to save mom. This might be like a post-COVID requirement. I don't remember this ever being a thing. Yeah.
No.
Right. 4 p.m. Wednesday. Got here late Thursday. Wait. If you left at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a Wednesday, why did it take you till late Thursday night to get there?
Are you in northeastern Colorado?
It shouldn't take that long to go from Tucson to Denver. No, they're in Denver.
Oh, they're in Denver.
I believe. Denver air. Are you in Denver, the city, or Denver suburbs, or are you just saying Denver or somewhere else? Stayed in Socorro, New Mexico overnight. Okay. Well, you had a U-Haul? Were you had like what, a van or something, or a box truck for your furniture? What?
How many vehicles do you get? Does Seymour have a car?
That's another thing. Yeah. How do you get if you rented a box truck or something? Don't you both have vehicles? What happened here? Yeah. Tell us. We need every filthy detail. Bro C is here before he goes up to bed. Exactly. We need every. And this is why. Cut ties with Cassandra. Well, after Eric Draven goes bye-bye, Act 2 is talking to Cassandra about her moving habits with Seymour. 15-hour drive. That's our hold on. Tucson to Denver. You're right. Wait. Why does this give me Google Maps? This pisses me off. Yeah, about 13 hours. Yeah, you're right. Fair point. But so, I guess I thought they were flying for some reason. You're right. But if you, my brother was saying, if you rented a U-Haul, how'd you get your vehicles there?
Oh, she's answering the question.
Oh, because the cats. They need to make a stop for the night because of the cats. Okay,
fair enough. And now, did the movers stop or did the movers go overnight?
Oh, you're not in Denver. You're in Aurora. Let's look up Aurora, which is, east of Denver suburbs.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
And she said she was cold, like 85 degrees to her was chilly.
Wow.
Because, in Tucson, it's like 110, 120. So you're still shivering there in 80-degree weather? And wait, so when you left New Mexico to go to Aurora, you got there before the movers? I mean, when you got there, was there furniture or you had to, spend another night in a motel? I mean, by the time you got to Aurora, was your stuff there yet?
No, she says they arrived on Thursday and the movers got there on Friday.
Where'd she say that? See, he's drunk and tired. He's more. My ADHD is all over the place as I get older and more panicky.
Let's see.
You want another piece of pizza for up or?
Yeah, see, right here. So they left on Wednesday and they got to Aurora on Thursday. The movers got there on Friday. I guess they must have planned.
So what'd you do for Thursday night? You stayed at a motel or you just slept on the floor like a sleeping bag? What'd you do Thursday night before your shit got there?
Oh, wait a second. Wait.
Oh, Brocy will feel this.
All right, so are you moving for Seymour's job? Why did Seymour's job pay for this?
Well, she didn't answer my damn question.
Okay.
It was $90.95. Wait, it was a bit. Last time you were there, whenever I streamed last, a few weeks ago, it was 85 and you were chilly. Now it's a bit warmer. It's 95, so maybe it doesn't seem as chilly because they're having it's hotter than it was the last time. So maybe, when you're used to 110, 115, 90, 95 is not so bad. If it dropped down to 80, that might cause you to shiver. But my brother's all over the place here. What was I going to ask? What did you do Thursday night before your stuff got there? You didn't answer my question.
I slept on air mattress.
Where was that? Well, you should have clicked on that one.
Well, I did.
Now, we slept on a little floor mattress overnight that we ordered beforehand. No furniture till Friday, and we were still unpacking. Oh, okay. Cassandra started and finished moving before we did.
Correct.
We're total failure fuck-ups.
We suck.
We suck.
We just suck.
And yeah, Seymour got a new job there. The reason for our move in the first place, and they paid. Is there anything else you want to tell us? Was there a trip to the courthouse before you left Tucson, or what is your marital status? What is your marital status? I love. They think they're making fun of them. I'm not. I'm just saying. See how the other half lives. Guys like us and most of the people here don't know what you and Seymour do about moving stipends for thousands of dollars. Yeah. What a world you live in. Just like taking a fucking funeral vacation for however many days, whatever a long weekend is. That's what I'm getting at. I'm trying to ask you to climb a stair yourself and see how moving stipends and taking more than a day off for a funeral aren't even part of our repertoire. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. Jesus Christ. So it warmed up in Denver. Cooler than Tucson, but warmer than the last time she was in Denver. But yeah, she was saying 80, 85 was cold to her, she'd acclimated to the Tucson summer. Not an air mattress, but a 3-incher. Okay. That's right. Not a parent stuff to deal with. He's got a good job. None of this. Like I said, we're paying all this money to clean up. It's like we can't escape the ghosts of the past. All this to get rid of our 2 dumpsters worth of shit to get rid of our parents' crap. Oh my God. Anyway, yes, it's a different scenario. Thank you. You make us feel a little less. Thank you. You mean well. Thank you, Cassandra. No, I'm not cutting ties with you. Thank you. You may be patronizing me, but at least you tell me things I like hearing. No, to Lennon and anyone else, I'm not cutting ties with Cassandra unless she wants to cut ties with me. I don't have a problem. There's always been a come as you are coffee house as long as you come in peace. Live long and prosper. For those who are questioning. And I would say those people should watch more because they're asking me asinine questions. It's like you clearly don't know who I am. Anyway, yes, we'll talk about that further. But no, other than that, I mean, I agree. I understand. There's a lot of connections. We just have disagreements. It doesn't mean we're dead to each other forever. You gotta explain it to your buddy Dev Pike, who doesn't seem to get that. But I'm tired of trying to enlighten people who don't want to be enlightened. Okay, so they're still living in sin. They're actually in a house. They're in a house living in sin. And you still have to pay, right? You had to pay a full month's rent for July because you were on a month-to-month. So I guess are you getting a prorated check or in Tucson, or did you say fuck it, we paid for the month of July, that's it? Did you have to pay a full July month's rent? Yeah. Yes, I understand. Yes. I'm quasi joking. Yes, it's fine. Yes. That buddy, forget about it. Let's ask Bro C, who's living through. She says, Cassandra, your situation sounds like such a fucking nightmare. I can imagine since I've had family die and do a bunch of shit my day. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh my God, it's a fucking nightmare. I even said to the landlord was interested in the date. I told him, maybe August, maybe September. I said to him, I didn't want to be too much of an asshole. I said, we still got a bunch of stuff. I could leave it. All of a sudden, oh, no, get that out. I feel like saying, asshole, we can be out tomorrow if you want to throw this shit out. Oh, my God. It's like, oh, my God. No, empty the house, empty everything. Oh, my God, it's a nightmare. Yeah, I tried to. It's a waste of breath. I agree, of course. Trying to explain things today. Yeah, it's, But I gave him a chance. I give everybody a chance. We let people show who they are. Right, because the time, but you were lucky to be on a month by month basis. So yeah, she was telling about her lease last time. They had some weird arrangement. She was on a monthly basis, so she doesn't have to break a lease per se, but she'll lose whatever it was for the last few weeks of July. She'll just have to eat it. Okay, so she paid for the month of July, but not for August. She's in Tucson. She was on a month to month basis somehow. She was not. Part of it too is. You get discounts if you do a 3-month lease versus a 6 versus a year, but because it's a college town, they have a lot of the place has a lot of shorter leases, and somehow she was She was on a 1-year lease, and it somehow eventually became a month-to-month lease. So she only had to pay for the month of July. She won't get charged for breaking the lease or anything. That's what I mean. I mean, yes, we know Seymour is the breadwinner. I'm saying you guys, you two. That's what I meant. You don't have to break a lease. It's like our lease expires in November. We got to either pay to break it or pay for the. That's what I'm getting at. No one, whoever that person is on the hook for months and months of a lease in Tucson. That's what I'm getting at. You just have to pay for the end of July. Okay. Right. And the reason I remember this and not Eric Draven is not because, Cassandra. This was only like a few weeks ago. Eric Draven was like over a month ago. So I'll start forgetting things. I'm testing my memory. Yes. I can remember the next time Draven comes on. If he comes on next week, I'll remember everything. If he comes on a month or so from now, I'll be like, wait, you have OCD or yours? I'll be like, what? So I get repetitive because I'll forget with time. But yes, it was only a few weeks back. I forget what stream it was. She was telling, yeah. You were gone to bed.
I was. Yeah.
Okay. So we're caught up. So Cassandra is living in Aurora, Colorado with Seymour, who has a brand new job, better job, but they're still not married.
Uh-oh.
When are the wedding bells ringing, Cassandra? Right. That was recently-ish. I can remember short term.
Fresh in the mind.
I can't remember a few hours ago, but I can remember a conversation from a couple weeks ago. A couple months ago, not necessarily. Soon marriage bells will ring. Soon, soon, soon. Okay. Whatever that. She's been saying. Well, actually,
Yes.
we've been talking about moving for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
You've been talking about marriage bells for 2 or 3 years. Okay. Well, at least you managed to move. Maybe we should talk about getting married. Maybe that'll happen more.
Yeah.
Not to each other. Way down below, there's 500,000 people. Somewhere there's a church with a very tall steeple. Inside that church, there's an altar filled with flowers. Wedding bells are ringing, and they should have been ours. That's why I'm so lonely here up above, high on a mountain of love. Well, how long have you two lived together? You told me. Now I've forgotten this. You've lived together for like, what, 5 or 6 or 7 years at this point? I can't remember. You've lived together for like what? I forget. It's been several years. Connecticut and another. Well, if you want to go up there, I might end soon. But nice. The Draven talk was nice. This is what I stream for. I don't mind Cassandra at all. She's telling us about her life. It's like I don't cut ties with anyone. People cut ties with me, and then they act like I cut ties with you. Whoa, you pay attention to me now. Don't behave that way, asshole. Learn something. It was my shrink saying that I'm not humble enough. I think my shrink's a dick who thinks that, doesn't want to acknowledge my spurgdom. I think I point out truths in others that people get pissed having pointed out so blatantly. You know what I mean?
No.
Of course you disagree because you don't like when I criticize you for your.
No.
All right, about 3-4 years. Okay. Oh, whatever. I don't remember. I don't remember. Okay. How was the pizza?
Pretty good.
You want another pizza? We finished this. So yeah, we have pizza for tomorrow. Pizza for a couple days.
Yes.
A meal. So if you come home tomorrow, you're hungry, or eat a pizza. Yeah,
Exactly.
People say, "Do you eat all that one night?" No. Whenever we cook, we try. I mean, last night I made some. We had some leftover pork chops from the grill. I also threw in a thing of angel hair pasta. I'm not really a pasta guy, but I threw in a little sauce and I had a tomato I cut up. Yeah, I left it out. That's part of the problem. I should put it in the fridge. I left it out. But I'll make augmentators. But it's like, okay, we still have some pasta left, and we got this pizza.
Yeah.
I think I got one pork chop, which I'm going to feed to the stray cat that comes to our. Yeah, that calico cat keeps coming around. Oh,
Have you mentioned this to them before?
I'm not. I think I mentioned it a stream or two ago.
Yes.
You've seen that cat. Comes around and give it some milk. We gotta get some more milk. We should have bought some milk for the third member of our family. Cat. But I feel bad if we're gonna move out soon. This cat's gonna become like attached, and they actually let it. It came in. It was rubbing against my legs the other night. I let it in the house. It walked around for a bit, went back out. I give it some. We give it tuna fish. We give it some more hamburger. I'm give it some pork
Steak,
chops.
yeah.
I give it some milk. Cat's doing quite well for itself.
Yeah.
How does it know? How does this thing know we're such a sucker for cats? Because
Yes.
it's been over a decade since I've had a pet cat, but it's like every so often, like meow. And it was very friendly. It must be either someone abandoned it or got lost, or it could have been a farm cat. Sometimes farm cats, they don't want to do their duty of catching mice. They want to come into the house. This might be someone's farm cat that just wandered off and said, "Fuck catching mice." And maybe it goes to other houses and begs.
Yeah. No.
Cassandra was glad to hear that I wouldn't cut ties with MeOC. I appreciate you. I do think this is a good friendship. We can exchange experiences and it can be interesting. Well, I don't know about all that. What I do know is you've at least paid attention somewhat, and you've been here a long time. When someone comes here and they can't even tell Cassandra from Laffy Love, when they can't tell the difference between, it's like you clearly don't watch my shit.
You don't know
why are you telling me to cut ties with anyone if you don't even watch my goddamn channel? You can't tell Cassandra from. You think Laffy Love's a chick? It's like, what channel have you been watching? He's like, is DBF right? Should you cut ties with Cassandra? My response is, well, why don't you ask DBF why he feels that way instead of asking me this question? Since you don't even know who Cassandra is, let alone Laffy Love. It's like one of these, like, pay attention. 4 nights worth of. Well, what are you doing now? You're still doing your online. Is all your work online? Where you got that Chinese kid?
Yeah.
What's going? It's a quick one. What's going on with job wise? I don't think. Who's this Domina bitch? Who is this bitch? Whatever happened to? I don't. It might go around begging. It looks young. I see my brother. What if it gets? I think it's female.
Yeah.
I was looking. I didn't see a pair of And my brother looked up. Most calico cats are female. Occasionally a male, but if only as an extra XXY. Point is, I think it's female. If it gets pregnant, I hope it's not. It doesn't expect us to be,
to care for the
kittens.
Yeah.
It's still very young. It's clearly a young juvenile cat, but it's definitely people accommodated with people.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's someone abandoned it, someone let it go, it got lost. It's a farm cat that wanted to be more, domesticated. I don't know, but it's very people friendly. It seems, maybe it goes to various houses begging.
Yeah.
Maybe it is a neighbor's. There's no collar. It could be a neighbor's. I don't know. Maybe. I don't want to take it or anything like that, but yeah. If it is, I hope the next door neighbor was, when we had cats years ago, he was such an asshole. He'd set traps. I'd let him out. Guy next door is an asshole, so I hope he doesn't go after the cat.
Yeah.
But maybe it is just someone's pet cat that's going around. Maybe. But here's the problem with that. Because when we had cats, we'd let them out. But they would always come home. This cat seems to be out at all. Tell me,
Yeah, no, I saw it a couple days ago in the afternoon. It usually comes around in the evening or at night.
But even the other morning, was meowing. So the cat seems like it's like with our cats. We let them out. They would always want to come home. This cat seems to be out at so many random times.
Yeah.
Who's letting their cat in? So I don't know. Your thoughts on the cat?
Yeah, I think it might be a farm cat or a stray cat.
Maybe it is just traveling for meals, but it seems to be outdoors a lot.
Nice.
3.5 years for horse. See that?
Yes, I know.
Because he was only 5'11". If he was over 6 foot, they would have been married within maybe a year and a half. Well, that was my gripe. I'm trying to be nice. I try to answer these people's questions. It's like, wait, you don't know who I am. You don't know who Cassandra is. You don't know who Laffy Love is, clearly. If you're confusing Cassandra. Like, this is why I try to climb a stair. Instead of asking me this, ask the person who allegedly said this, well, why would you say that? Good little ad. If it's someone's pet, I would never steal it. I kind of wish it was someone's pet. At least I know it has a nice home and it's just going around. Good for the cat. It gives us some attention. Very friendly. Comes in. I wonder if our cats ever did that when we let them out. Did they ever get food from other people? Maybe. I don't know. But if it's someone's pet, we used to put
collars. Yeah.
The collars were those flea collars. I'd put it on very lightly. They'd break off. I don't like the idea of something around the neck. But just to make it clear that this isn't some stray cat for the pound to pick up, I put a light collar, very loose. When they fall off, we put a flea collar. I'd write the phone number on it. This cat, well, who knows? It's like I said to my brother, now a cat's coming around after it's been over 10 years. It's like now we don't have. It's like, oh my god, I am a stickler for. We are. Yes, I'm a cat lover. I admit it. But we don't. I'm like, I don't want to get attached to an animal that I got to say goodbye. It's gonna come around. I'm so sad. It'll come in September, meow, and no one's gonna be here. So it is what it is. I just I don't know. What was so charming? What was I saying?
Taking care of the cat, I guess.
Oh, the cat. Yeah, because you were a dog walker. You had three. You were a dog walker. The Chinese things online. Weren't you teaching ESL in like a library or some shit? If I'm not mistaken, you had like 3 different part-time jobs. Dog walker goes bye-bye. Chinaman you can do on the internet. What was the other one? You were teaching people at a library, or is that just volunteering? Hiking with dogs.
Okay, you're in hiking country now.
And how are your cats doing, Cassandra, now that you're in a new place? And do you let them out? Cats don't like to be cooped up all the time. They want to go out, go in the yard. You know, cats like to go out. If only. You're only 5'11". She's 5'5". How old are you? How tall are you?
5'4".
I was getting confused. He's 5'4". Your wife's 5'5". Yeah. If you were 6'2", she would have married you sooner. 5'11", I'll marry you, but you got to wait another couple of years. Understandable. What's he talking about? That's Gritty. How tall are you, Gritty? I think I'm 5'9". I've actually been told I'm a liar. Rarely. I'm taller. A lot of guys lie about their height, add inches. I've been told I shave off inches based upon that chick on Staten Island who measured me and dumped himself. I'm 5'9" to 5'11". I'd have to meet Horse. We'll see who's tall.
Yes.
So I'm 5'9", maybe 5'10". Maybe I even do break. I don't know. I'm under 6 feet. I've always said 5'9", 5'9". Plus men shrink. Everyone shrinks. But I've been told, I was measured in centimeters once, and I was told doing the math, it comes out to 5'11". I don't know. I really don't know how tall I am. But where's I going with this? How tall are you, Gritty? I'm 5'9" to 5'11". You're about 5'4". How tall are you? I don't know. Wait a minute. Now it's another onion layer. You weren't even married when you both got fired from the same job. You stop. This is pissing me. Here's why. I love you, Horse. And this is what I said to my brother. You didn't see when Horse came on panel last. You didn't see that yet. But you were here for the grill stream. I know it was 10 years ago. He didn't have a kid yet. His daughter is 6 or 7. He didn't have a kid. But maybe he didn't say it. I thought they were married by then. So he and his wife were working at the same job, but were not even married. If your wife wasn't even your wife, where in your cartoon mind, tell me, where did you think she could disappear with you for a long weekend without repercussions? Didn't you think they were married at the time, or am I mistaken? What did you think, Brosi? He didn't clarify. He's going to say, well, stairs. Oh, you didn't. I never said we were married. You weren't even husband and wife. I thought, because I'm like, the wife of a grandmother, that's not going to fly. You weren't even married yet, and you took her away for a 2-day or 4-day, whatever it was. You weren't even married. Why is everyone dumping on me? Like, does no one pay attention? Of course, I love you, but you and your wife weren't even legally married when she disappeared with you for your grandmother's funeral. Like, it's like what the fuck?
I wasn't even really thinking about that. But I guess in order for her to go with him, she would have been. Yeah, I mean.
What do you say? Hi, I'm going to a funeral for a woman who's the grandmother of a guy I'm dating. I don't think had she ever even met. Never even met her. I'm disappearing with him for a long weekend. I mean, now it's like, buddy, everyone criticizes me, says I'm wrong, dumps on me. Anyone else, did Horse ever clarify my wife and I weren't actually even married yet when I took her away from the same job we worked at for a few days, whatever, for my grandmother's funeral? She wasn't even married to me. Am I the only one who's like, well, Horse, no offense, but am I the only one? Christ. Right, so you quit the tutoring center, and I'm not trying to dump on Horse. I'm trying to tell you how I think. Wait a minute. You weren't even married when this happened. You're working the same job. Maybe you were living together. You weren't even married. Why did you think she could get that much time off for the grandparent of some guy she wasn't even legally bound to? I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know. To me, it's amazing. To me, it's like, the fuck were you thinking? And I didn't know this, but you're going to tell me, I told you all this. Long weekend. Sir, sir. I told you 2 years ago. We got married 7 years ago, so you should have known. I know where this is going, Horace. She wasn't even your lawfully wedded wife when you took her away for your grandmother's funeral. What the fuck? In our jobs, like Thule can tell you, disappear for a day or two, you get in trouble. Taking another coworker who you're not even legally bound to. Hey, what the fuck? I'm a little taken. That's how I feel. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong. I'll admit your thoughts. You don't want to piss off Horace. You're like, well,
no, I mean, yeah. Because I don't even know if it was a week. Or he claims it was 4 days. I got to watch that.
No, he said long weekend. I don't know. Yeah, you weren't lawfully wed. See, this changes like an onion layer. I think that's I'm a Spur, timelines, etc. This would be my criticism. You didn't spell this out. And like I was telling Eric Draven, you might have told me something 2 months ago. You got to refresh my memory. How many times do I have to repeat myself? You weren't even married when you took her away for a long weekend. So 2 people, not legally wed, disappear for the funeral of a grandparent. You didn't clarify any of this in either of your, to my knowledge. To my knowledge, in either of the time you came on and the last time it was Barbie, you didn't specify any of this.
Being engaged makes it a little more solid, though. Living together and engaged.
No, I'm talking like even in the hospital. I'm his fiance. Well, you're not his actual wife or blood relation. I'm talking about the legalese. I'm talking about the workplace shit. I know it sucked. I know they promised you something and betrayed you. But I wouldn't even think I can disappear for multiple days for my grandmother's funeral with a chick who also works here, who I'm not actually legally with. I'm like, the fact that you had the luxury to think you could pull that off blows my mind. That's what I'm getting at. You didn't clarify any of that, and don't tell me you did. You're gonna be like, "Oh shit!" You didn't. Forget me. Forget Horse. Are you other people watching? Does no one else pay attention? Jesus Christ!
What do you other Sterlings have to say?
They have nothing to say. They're all mum. Being lawfully wed has nothing to do with the fact that she and I, not her and I, the fact that she and I both put in for the vacation. That's another thing. Vacation to me is a 5-day block. There's personal days, sick days, bereavement. Maybe it's different in Texas where you were at the time. There's never been like a vacation day, to my knowledge, unless you can accumulate a couple of vacation days, but I don't know. No. And see, now you're being, everyone says I'm so sarcastic. I don't care if you're for lunch. How many days did you miss work? How many vacation days did you put in for? I don't care if it was a long weekend. If some of those days neither of you were working, they don't count. How many days did the two of you and her, how many days of work did you miss? That's my first question. Spell it out. Don't tell me long weekend. I'm a fucking Spur. How many days did you miss? How many days did you put in for? Like, how many days were you gone from work? Don't care about, well, we don't work Sunday, but we were there. I don't care. How many actual work days were you out for? You and her. That's my question. Spell that out. And you weren't married yet? Yeah. Well, it kind of does. It's already weird disappearing for multiple days for a grandparent. That's already weird to us. For my grandma died. I'm going away for a long weekend. That's already a luxury. I'm taking another employee with me. She's not legally bound to me. And this isn't like my mother or a kid we had together. This is a fucking, it just seems like, yes, it does matter. I hate to say it. God help me. They did you dirty, but I'd probably say the same thing. Like, wait, you're disappearing for your grandmother's funeral for multiple days and you're taking some other employee who you're just checked up with, but not actually married to. I'm not crazy about this either. I'd be like, what the fuck? It's almost like you really have a luxury privileged mentality. That's actually a compliment. I envy you. I wish I could live in your world. I'd say the same thing. I would say, wait, I'm losing 2 employees for whatever the fuck a long weekend is because And then, a grandmother died, and this bitch isn't even related to the grand. What the fuck? That's how I would feel. Maybe you disagree.
No, I mean, as I mentioned before, we all have family members who get sick. We have crises. We need to disappear. But you're taking someone else with you. So the workforce is losing 2 workers for a couple days. It does seem like a lot to ask for.
Oh, Lennon's back. No, I wasn't actually attacking Lennon either. I was just saying, hang around, learn who's who. Learn first before you ask me if I'd cut ties. At least know who you're asking about. Cassandra and Laffy Love are 2 different people. Just a couple streams, you'd learn that. That's my gripe. But I don't even know if you're saying is true. You want me to cut ties, or you said destroyed by Foyd says cut ties? I'm not even sure what the story is. I asked Cassandra what her opinion was, but my biggest gripe is forget about what a third party tells you. Hang around, learn who's OC, who's Brocy, who is Cassandra versus Laffy Love. Learn who and what this place is before you ask me questions based on something some third party out there told you. I'm like, come on, man. It's destroyed by Voids. You'll see me and my brother. You'll see Cassandra. You'll see Horse. You'll see Laffy Love. And we've seen you, Lennon. How often do you see DBF here? When he does come around, it's like if what you're even saying is true. I don't know if DBF actually said this or you. I don't know what's what. I was asking Cassandra for her opinion, but no, I don't believe in cutting. I welcome anyone who wants to come, so long as they come in peace. And even here, you can see me and Horst are going at it, but I don't think any less of Horst, and we agree on other things, and I hope we can keep it together. I won't be cutting ties with Horst. I can only hope he doesn't cut ties with me.
No, you guys have another 3 decades of streaming together.
It'll be holograms. It'll be old men, like the Emperor and Star. Hey, Horst, you're still there, and why? You didn't sell the house. No, we kept it. Well, I'm still in the rent-controlled apartment, me and Brocy. Where is Brocy? He's still at work. He didn't retire yet. Nope, can't afford to. He's got to pay for me. He hobbles in. Oh, my God. Horrible day flipping burgers.
Poop in the pants. Poop in the pants. I believe Horse said his poop his pants. Could someone help him out?
Wait, Thursday. I've lost track.
Yeah. They're going on about stuff.
Oh, that. You missed 2 work days. Okay. Friday through Monday or Thursday through Sunday. So you only missed 2 work days, and you claim you both put in for it. Okay. Well, no, I feel for you. I mean that. When you told the boss, oh, it's for a funeral. We're both going away for a funeral. Please put it in. And he said, I didn't like that. I would, with my experience being a fucking Spurg who they go after, would be lucky to get 1 day for myself. I would immediately think, this guy might be up to some shit. This guy who's saying he approves it might not be telling the truth. That would be my first thought. I'd be like, whoa, I don't have the luxury of being that naive. That's what I'm getting at. Check your privileges. Yeah, but if someone says, I don't like this, but yeah, I'll approve it, I would say, whoa, something's not right here. Something ain't right here. That's how I'd be like, whoa, the guy's telling me flat he doesn't like it. And I wouldn't even think to ask, can I go away for a couple of days for my grandma's funeral and take this other employee with me who I'm not married to? I wouldn't even think I can get away with that. And if the boss said, yeah, I don't like this, I'd be like, he's something. They play games all the time. Yeah, I'm like, he said, that girl Laffy. I'm like, what? Laffy? It's a dude. Yeah, drop cheese. Laffy. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, he doesn't even know. That's what bothers me. It's like, you're asking me to cut ties. You don't even know who's who. It's like, how can you ask someone, hey, cut ties? Would you cut ties? If you don't even know who the person is, why would you ask me to cut ties with someone you don't even fucking know? Because some third party out there allegedly. I'm like, well, come on, man. Jesus Christ. It's like, in general principle, it's like, dude, if you can't tell Laffy from Cassandra, you know who and what I am, and why, it's like, how could you come here and ask me a question like that? Because someone out there, you should say to yourself, why would someone out there in the ether even suggest such a thing? Ask why he would suggest that. Ask him. Don't ask me. You don't even know who Laffy or Cassandra are. It's like, what? Well, no, usually if you're a spouse, that can add some weight. It's just another onion layer. It's not like, okay, we're a married couple and our kid died. No, we're not married. And it's not my parent or my kid or my brother. It's a grandparent, a generation removed. So I'm going away. I'm going away for more than one day for grandma's funeral, and I'm taking someone with me who I'm not married to for the funeral of someone 2 generations removed. That's like another layer. No, I didn't latch on. I was like, wait, there's more. You weren't even married yet. So you can argue, well, they knew we were married, and if I was going away, she was coming with you. Like, you weren't even legally. I'm like, oh my God. No, I didn't latch on. I'm trying to tell you, you could try to learn how other people might think and see the world if you listen. Climb a stair, horse. Yeah, streaming in virtual reality while you're flipping burgers.
Yeah, that's probably what's
8 years
going to
old.
happen.
Well, oftentimes when you put in for vacation short notice, it's another thing. I want to put in for a personal day. They also get very bitchy when you try to do it short notice. If you're putting weeks in advance, I know you might not have known when your grandmother was going to die. I understand that. But I think if you're trying to treat bereavement like it's vacation, short notice, and take someone with I'm not saying what happened to you was right. I'm not on your boss's side, but I can kind of understand where they were coming from. Wait, you're using vacation pay to go to a funeral for a grandmother and taking another employee. It's like, what the I don't like this either. I would say, listen, man, I don't like this. I wouldn't lie to you and screw you over. That's underhanded. But I would probably say, look, I'm not crazy about this, man. You need a day for grandma's funeral, and you got a weekend coming up. You want to go for a few days? It's like, call out sick if you really can't make it back. You're taking another employee for a grandmother's funeral, 2 generations. You know, I'd be like, short-term notice for vacation. We like to have 2 weeks notice before vacation's put in. You don't get that? You're allowed to just put in vacation on a whim? Because I'd be like, most places they want like advance notice for vacation or personal.
Yes.
In fact, sometimes if I or someone else called out, let's say you called out sick, try and tell them, can you make that a personal day? They didn't like that. They said, no, personal day you're supposed to put in advance for. You can't just use a sick day as a personal day because you want to use up your personals for the years. Personal doesn't roll over. Sick, you get half. So if you have 10 sick days, 5 roll over. If you got 3 personal days, you got to use them in advance and have a set date, which you can't do with a funeral because you don't know when someone's going to die. But I've seen much, much worse for much, much less, which is why I have a hard time sympathizing. Yes, I would say the same thing. You want me to give you and another employee 4 vacation days, short notice. I don't like this either. I wouldn't cheat you and lie to you, but I would tell you, I'm not crazy about this. I understand where the boss is coming from when he told you, this isn't this. Well, the privilege came. I'm going to do one more beer and that's it.
Maybe
I'm wrong. Let's hear what others have to say.
They did you dirty.
They did.
I don't agree.
I'm not saying it was right what the boss did. I'm just saying how even approaching the situation.
No, he's cutting me off. Like, they did you dirty. Okay, you requested vacation time as all workers do, whatever. So you earned it. You requested. They approved it. So there's no harm, no foul. However, there was a bit of a foul. I mean, they could have said no, but they let you take it. And I guess they also let your fiance at the time take it. So yeah, you were done dirty. There's no doubt you were screwed over. I guess they fired you when you got back is what it sounds like. So they said, okay, Horsehead, go ahead, take your vacation. We approve. But when secretly they were gonna use that against you, which was what you didn't know. So yeah, they did do you dirty. They wronged you without a doubt. There should have been some arbitration or some grace period, but yeah.
But I guess what my gripe is in this situation, this particular situation, I'm somewhat surprised. Am I stuck on something? I'm surprised that. No, I'm stuck on something. Give me a minute. I hate when that happens. You get up and move it. Right. What I'm surprised by knowing we know about asshole managers, because I guess we get the more, I guess where Horse works, it's more, there's fake friendly. The asshole managers I know, right off the bat, I wouldn't even expect an approval. The idea, okay, I'm a manager. I hate short-term vacation. I don't care if they earned it. They're supposed to give 2 weeks notice. I get an approved vacation, not 1 day, but 2 days, and for 2 different people. So now I'm down 2 employees. I'm not saying what they did to you was right, but the whole, well, I earned it. Yeah, that's great, but I would be more cautious. I would say, you might think, well, I'm entitled to it. Like, I'm entitled to not being strangled in a fucking liquor store. I'm entitled to not being run over by some nigger bitch. When it happens, I expect it, and it wasn't. I'm entitled to not having some fucker want to break my fucking jaw. The things I think I'm entitled to, I'm not. The things you think you're entitled to are even more luxurious and privileged because, short-term vacation, 4 days for 2 different employees, that would piss off a lot of bosses is what I'm saying, whether you earned it or not. They don't like when you ask for a vacation day so short notice. You know what I mean? Well, did you know they approved it? It sounds like, to me, and maybe I apologize. If you answered and I missed it, I apologize. The boss told you verbally he'd approve it. Do you know for a fact it was approved? Because my first gripe would be, yo, asshole, you approved it. You said we could take it. What are you firing me for? We had approval. Did you actually have approval? Or did the guy, this is where I do feel for you. I would never do this. As a manager, I might be upset, but I would never say, sure, I take a vacation and not put in for it. It sounds like this guy didn't actually put in for your vacation time is what it sounds like.
Well, what was the reason for your termination? Why did they fire you and your fiance? What was their recourse? What did they say? This is why we're letting you go.
No, but again, policies and they ignore them. Okay. You didn't answer my question. Do you know for a fact you were approved or you were told you were approved and the guy lied to you and then turned around and fired you? That's a scummy thing to do. But I'm saying, did you know for a fact you were approved? Because that maybe you answer that. Maybe I missed that. Okay, you requested the time. Well, I said that first. That was actually I said they did him dirty. I remember Dev Pike used to say that. Donda did DBF dirty. Yeah, I said they did him dirty. Rewind back. I said, you agree with me. Yes, I'm not debating that. That's why I feel for Horse. I'm asking about the nuances because I don't even have the luxury to think I can get time off multiple with another employee for a grandmother's funeral. That's why I'm like confused by this. But I want to know, was he actually approved? Now I'm behind in chat, but okay. Right, but you say they. Who approved it? He told you it was approved, or did you know for a fact you were approved? Right. So I think you were more naive because it was more hidden. We know better because in the shit jobs we work, then we're open with it. That's not the point.
Yeah.
Boss claimed he had never approved it. Then they used that as a final straw, along with other grievances. Oh, there were other. I'm not saying they were right because believe me, I know what it's like to have a bunch of grievances of bullshit against you. You never mentioned other grievances. You made it sound like you were fired for disappearing with your wife for a long weekend.
Okay, but what you're saying is you spoke with the boss. The boss told you to your face, I approve the vacation time. So you disappeared thinking you had vacation time, came back. Oh, you weren't approved of vacation time. They accused you of disappearing is what it sounds like.
So the boss did you dirty. He's very scummy. The boss lied to you. But what it sounds like is you assume, you keep saying, here's what I don't like. Long weekend. Don't use that term. They, be more specific. He, the one boss man, said, yes, I don't like this, but you're approved, and you took him at his word. It sounds like he lied to you.
Yeah.
Did HR say, yes, you got vacation? Did you have some kind of schedule where you could see that, yes, we were approved for vacation? You just took the boss man's word, which I'm not saying was right what he did. I'm not criticizing you for that. My criticism, Horse, is you're not articulating very well. Remember our father, you're articulating. Don't tell me long weekend. You're gone for 2 days. You both missed 2 days, work days. It wasn't they who approved it. It was he who claimed it was approved. And now there were other grievances. It's like an onion. Horse, I love you, but it's like a fuck. See what I'm saying? You forget you didn't see when he came on a couple streams ago. You were here for the grill stream. Did he mention other grievances? It's like an onion layer. Horse, just tell the fucking story. Stop being so obtuse. You're talking to a Spurg. Be direct. Direct. You're talking to. I won't judge you for being direct. In fact, my gripe with you isn't that you were fired for vacation or think you had a vacation for grandma. It was not. It's you're not being direct with me, and you know I'm a fucking Spurg. Come on, man. Stop beating around the bush. I'm a fucking Spurg. Right.
Yeah,
That's a common. Yes, it's a common reason for
yeah, you thought you were approved for vacation time, so you took the 2 days off, only to come back and have job abandonment thrown in your face. Your head must have been spinning. So yeah, you were definitely deceived and screwed over.
We agree with that. You were deceived and screwed over, no question. But the lead up to this was very. Like I'd have an eyebrow raised. I'd be like, Like, don't try to preface it with "we earned that time. They didn't follow the policies." I envy the luxurious world you get to live in. Believe me, how the other half live. These jobs just do whatever the fuck they want. They ignore labor. That's right. So the fact that you even thought that was so. It's like, but this is his biggest trauma. I mean, that's why it's like it's hard for me to, I feel bad for him, but it's hard to relate on that level.
Yeah.
Well, type faster now. I'm kidding. Take your time. I'm glad we're talking. I still love Horse. And we agree. They did you dirty. Those underhanded scum. I'm not disagreeing with that part.
They screwed you over.
My biggest criticism here isn't even the luxury. It's like you're not telling me everything. Maybe you think you are. Maybe I'm missing things. I'll admit that. But like you act like I told you all this, OC, and then like an onion layer. Oh, now there were other grievances that was never mentioned before. So don't point at me. You were here. Go back and watch. You're telling me, you're saying I told you all this, and now you're telling me new shit that you never told me, but trying to point the finger. That's what I don't like. Tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and stop pointing the fucking finger at me. I told you that. Well, I didn't mention the other grievances, but it's like don't put this on me. It's easy to blame the Spurg. Horse, we thought you were one of the good normies. All right, I'll be paid. Well, I usually fall behind in chat. I already thought I was super duper behind. I don't know where we are. We caught up? Okay. Sometimes I'm like clicking on things that were said 10 minutes ago. So I thought maybe you'd already answered all this. Okay, we're caught up. Okay.
Yes.
If this was such a mild trauma, how did we fixate on Grandma's funeral? How did this be? I'm not the one who mentioned this.
Semantics.
How did Grandma's funeral get up there with a nigger bitch trying me over, some dude strangling me liquor store? Even the guy wanted to break my jaw. How did Grandma's funeral, if it wasn't even that much of a trauma, how does it even become a fucking topic? Jesus Christ. And that brings me back to your good buddy. What's his name? I still have the screen up here. I'm going to say this again. Dev Pike, if everyone else's account is wrong apart from yours across multiple over and over again, you're the one who's... Well, forget about me in this specific situation. Believing that everyone's right and that one guy's wrong is a logical fallacy because think guys like Galileo, Copernicus, lynch mobs who strung up innocent people, the majority doesn't always know best. Sometimes that one guy is right. Just in general. I'm talking in general. So anyone who says, if everyone else says this, if everyone says X and you say Y, you're wrong because X is right because they say so. If that's how you think, I can't reach you. But even he says here, your account has to be blah, blah, blah. If the venerated Horse, yes, he is venerated. We love our normie.
We do.
If Horse is calling you out as fabricating, well, no, I didn't fabricate anything. We're learning things here. There's no fabrication. We're learning things that were never said before. Oh, you were fired for other grievances. Okay. It wasn't they, it was he. The boss said, I don't like this, but I guess I'll prove it. He fucking lied to you, which is dirty, but it wasn't a they. Horse, long weekend and they are too misleading. So yeah, we both missed 2 days of work. The boss man told me you're approved. He fucking lied about it. Piece of shit he is. And we came back and got fired with other grievances. That's all I have to say. Not even a full paragraph. 2-3 sentences. Boom. I got to dig and take off onion layers just to get to a straight answer. So Dev Pike is wrong. You did not fully give me the story. And it's not even that convoluted. It just takes like 2-3 sentences. Like, okay, what happened sucks. But now okay. The boss, told you were approved for vacation time, short notice, but he was very unhappy with it. And then he actually lied. He didn't actually submit for it, and they fired you. The company fired you because the boss never put in for your vacation time. That's fucked up, but that's the story. We had to go through. Oh, we paid into that. Spare me the fucking theatrics and spare me. Just tell me straight what happened. You didn't do that, horse. And don't point at me. Do you feel you got the straight? This is the third time you're gonna. It takes like 3 of these, and of course, there's emotion. It takes to get more of the story. This is not,
we're learning more and more.
Oh God. Wait, OC. This is the. I don't think this is the equivalent of Horse getting mad at me about the car crash story because you didn't go into what the humanity was. No, I was very straightforward. I was in a car crash. Black ice. Took a turn. Got into a tip with the nigger bitch. If I left something out, feel free to ask. I'll clarify. We took a long weekend. They told us they approved us, but then they fired us. No. They didn't. There was no they approved. That never happened. He lied, said we were approved, and never submitted. That's the real story. You didn't tell us the actual details. Not sticking up for him. I'm saying, please, I feel for your horse. You got to tell the full story. We took a long weekend. They said we were approved. We paid into that, but they didn't follow. Enough. You took 2 days off from work, the two of you together. The boss said you were approved. He fucking lied. That's the story. Yes. Why do we go through all this rigmarole to get the story?
You were deceived.
You were deceived by the boss. I don't hear about they. I don't hear about long weekends. No, bullshit. Christ. Just tell the fucking story. It only took like 3 fucking sentences. This isn't some long-winded thing. You made it long-winded and still didn't answer the question. My God. A simple, straightforward story in like 3 or 4 sentences that took like 3 fucking streams. And we're still on. Oh, my God. This is why people hate me. Not because I'm an asshole. Because I get to truth. I guess people have a really hard time telling the truth. Well, it doesn't matter if it was a long weekend. Well, the humidity. What the fuck are you talking about, horse? If you have a question on my car crash, ask, I'll answer. It is not comparable. Apples and oranges. Bullshit. Okay, the boss lied to you, said you were approved. Told you he didn't like it. Lied, said, okay, but you can go anyway. He lied to you, and they fired you for it because the boss never submitted for your vacation time. Now we're getting more of the story. Oh, my God. Yes, I will criticize these normies for being so fucking... Oh, my God. Well, but you're sharing. Like I said, if you have a question about my car crash, feel free to ask. If you say, what was the humidity? I'd say, I don't know. It was bitterly cold, black ice. Took a curve. If I was speeding, I'd probably be dead. I was going like 30. I was going slow. I'll answer any question I can. I wouldn't be offended. If you ask me about the humidity, I'm like, so you can ask those questions. When I ask, it's like it took us all this time to establish the boss man lied to you. He told you were approved for vacation that you were not approved for. That sucks, but now we know the story going forward. Okay, it's like we took a long weekend. They said we were approved. They didn't follow the policies. We're going off on a tangent. I don't care about them and a policy. The boss lied to you. That's what this comes down to. Well, let's not change the subject. That's a horrible story, but we're not talking about your best friend who died at 22. Now, Rafterman, if everyone you run into is an asshole, you're the asshole. Maybe. This sounds like Dev Pike bullshit. Man. I'm not saying anyone's an asshole. Well, maybe I said horse, you fucking. I might say asshole and just. I don't think it's an asshole. I'm trying to point out, like, come on. Just a few This didn't require much more digging. You could have said, yeah, the boss told me. I said, my grandma died. I'm taking my fiance with me. We need a couple vacation days. Boss said, I don't like that, but okay. He fucking lied, piece of shit. Yeah. He never submitted. We thought we were good. We came back, got fired because of fire. That would be the story. It shouldn't have taken this to get the straightforward story. Didn't need to go on about policies and all these like intangible. We didn't need to even go there. That's how I feel.
Yeah, the boss lied to me.
Fine. If I'm the asshole, then I'm the asshole. I think you people need assholes in life to get to the bottom of things. Christ. The boss lied to you. That's the bottom line. He did you wrong. I'm not saying what the boss did was right. I'm just saying, like, that's how my Spurg mind works. So we'll read his comment in a minute. My Spurg mind is like, something's not adding about the story. Things that the timeline is off. Why would you think it? He's still going on about, well, they had policies they didn't, commit to. Shut the fuck up. The boss lied to you. He said you're approved, but he didn't really approve. That's the story. You see what you go through to get the story? We never got this story. You can go back and watch. We never got this fucking story. Now we got the real story. Well, it doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up and tell the goddamn story. If it doesn't matter, you should have no problem telling the story in a straightforward fashion. It's hard being a Spurg, but I'm glad I'm a Spurg. Because I'm like, oh my God. Even despite all the anxiety and the worry and the shit we're going through, I still have this Spurg. This doesn't add up. What the fuck are you doing? It's a problem I have in life. Normies playing games. Just don't play games. Oh my God. Oh, we're winding down. It's 11 o'clock. Right, we'll go to bed soon. I'll probably wind it down.
Yes.
Whether or not I gave you what you believe to be the full story, that doesn't give you license to insert facts and details that were never said. Like what? What did I insert? Please point it out to me. I will listen. I'm not going to go on a tangent about, well, this is YouTube, and sometimes artistic license must be taken. I'm not going to give you some bullshit like that. Feel free to share what facts you thought I added. Sometimes I'll ask questions to try to fill in blanks. Like, oh, I went to the store, and then, I got abducted by aliens. Okay, something's missing here. What happened in between? Did you see a light in the sky? Well, don't inject facts. I didn't say that. Yeah, you didn't say that, but you didn't complain. It's like, I took a walk to the store, and I was abducted by aliens. You saw a spaceship? I didn't say that. Don't insert facts. You're not telling us enough. And, I believe aliens. I used to not believe in them, but I believe they're real. Don't go on a tangent. It's like, just tell the fucking story. Sometimes I'll ask questions to try to fill in blanks. Like, what the fuck? What are these details that I invent? You sound like Dev Pike. You guys can go, yeah, it's all me. I don't give a shit. Because when I ask a question, I don't get an answer. What are these details that I what? Maybe he's right. I will admit, you might be right. I will fully concede I might be wrong. Point it out to me, and if I agree with you, I'll say, you're right, I was wrong. What details did I invent? I don't think I invented anything. I may have asked questions. I may have said, I might have given scenarios to ask try to fill in blanks that you were leaving out. What? Seriously, bro. So he's very critical of me. Well, maybe I am. What am I inventing here? What did I invent?
Well, you told me that he wanted a week off. He claims he never asked for a week. So you invented a week, it sounds like.
Okay. Maybe I did. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I misunderstood long weekend to mean like 4 or 5 days. I don't know. That might have been on me. But I don't really like the term long weekend because I would say me and my fiance, we missed 2 days of work. I would just be very to the point. So maybe I was confused about the number of days. Okay, I'll admit that. We now know it was 2. You were gone you and your wife were gone. Your then fiance. You weren't even legally married. You were gone for 2 days. Got that. What the guy did was a piece of shit, no question. But why is he talking about they? This sounds like the boss lied to you. Maybe I'm wrong again. I'm not trying to invent facts. I'm trying, because I can't get a straight answer. I'm trying to state what I think you're saying, and you can either agree or disagree. The boss lied to you. I don't like this, but fine. I'll give you your short-term vacation, short notice vacation. And he fucking lied, and you got fired for that, among other things. That's what it sounds like. This isn't that hard a story to tell. I've got to do the digging. I gave you here. I got a problem. Horsehead says, I gave you every detail that was necessary to understand the point of the story. That's part of the problem. It could be a Spurg normie thing. It could also be just you. You might think you're telling me things that are necessary while not realizing how you're not articulating the full story. You might think that's the problem. You get so arrogant. Instead of saying, listen, OC, I'm a little frustrated. I thought I explained this. Let me go over this again. What's the problem? What don't you understand? Fine. I told you all I needed to. We took a long weekend. They cheated us. That's not the story. Is that the story? That's what he told me. Was that all that was necessary? We took a long weekend. They cheated us. That's not the story. I don't hear about they. The story is the boss lied to you, said you were approved for vacation when you weren't, used as a pretext to fire. That's the story. You did not. You might think you did. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you think you did not articulate this very well at all. You did not give us the details that you you assume are necessary. Please stop assuming. Horse, I feel bad for what happened to you. This is more about the pedantic. You're talking to a Spurg. Come on, man. You don't even say that much to clarify. What you think is necessary might not be. You might not have, But he came on. We were talking verbally. None of this was. Now Dominia is being a twat. None of this was. None of this was over text. He came on, told me a story, and we had a nice chat. Otherwise, about the house, about his. I like talking to Horse, but no, he didn't tell me all this. Well, I did tell you. No, you didn't. I told you what was necessary. Does no one else see this? You can call me an asshole. Do you not have any criticism of Horse, or I'm totally wrong? Maybe I'm totally wrong. What?
Well, he shares more and more each time.
Each time, it's like you didn't say it last time. Now they okay. Now, oh my god. No, I'm not trying to grasp at straws. I'm saying maybe it is on me. Maybe I understand your story the last 2 times. Now I understand it better. I did not get the gist that you and your wife took 2 days off, short-term notice vacation. The boss said he didn't like it, but he said, okay. And then you came back and found out, shit, the boss lied to us. That's the story. It's a very short compendium, very short description, synopsis. It seemed like that's not what you told me the last 2 times. I had to go through all this together. Okay. What does everyone else think? Maybe you guys all knew this. You understood that he and his then fiance took 2 days off for the boss's vacation and took 2 vacation days to the grandmother's funeral, and the boss approved it but really lied, and they were fired because the boss didn't actually submit it. You understood that? You grasped all this last time when we were streaming?
No.
With the borough. You grasped all this? And now,
I do now.
Because I, the pedantic asshole, got it. It's like, oh my god, did you understand all this? And now I'm getting, oh my god. Well, I told you what was necessary. Shut the fuck up. You clearly didn't. Oh my god. Wait, I had to tell the real story after I caught you making up details. Well, I didn't make up details, but even if I did, see what he's saying here? Let's see what Broski says. I had to tell the real story after. Why don't you just tell the real story from the get-go? I don't understand what he's saying here. You weren't telling the real story? Why do we have to go through all that to get to the real story? The real story is only a couple sentences. This isn't a very long story. Why do we have to go through all this? This is what I understand. As a Spurg, I'm trying to understand how normies think. Why did I have to go through all this to get to the real story, which by your own admission, you didn't tell the first 2 or 3 times? Why all this for the real story? Story's fairly straightforward. Not that complicated. Why do we have to go through all this? And then you can add, well, there's more going on too. The boss lied to me, but there are other people wanting to get rid of it. You can go, you can add, you can expand upon it, but it's like we didn't get the real story. You're even admitting now you weren't telling the real story. Oh my god. I think it's easy to find faults in stories typed down. No, he actually came on and was telling me this damn story. Well, see, okay, then fine. Maybe we all learned something here. It's hard to convey facts over chat. That's what we all agree. So, when you share a story, we must all realize, all of us, that it might take 3 or 4 streams before we get the full story. Because as we all admit, as we all realize now, conveying things over chat is tough. So it might take 3 or 4 or 5 explanations. Not be upset. We keep at it till we get to the meat and potatoes. Okay, we all agree. Sharing things in chat, it doesn't come across right away. Don't be upset. OC, yes. We talked about this last time, but it'll take another 2 or 3 times. I understand, because things don't come across in chat. That should be the attitude, because if we're going to all agree that we can't, get the full picture over one chat, then we can make concessions. Simple as. Fine. I heard the word long weekend, and I'm like, a weekend is 2 days. What's a long weekend? How long was he gone for? And I can see, maybe that was me misunderstanding how many work days you were gone for. No, I was trying to let you see how the other half lives. I still stand by what they did to you was wrong, no question. Now we get the real story. You and your then fiance wanted a couple days off for grandma's funeral. It was short notice. The guy said, I don't like it, but
Don't say the guy, the boss.
The boss.
The boss said he would approve it, but he didn't. So he lied.
He deceived
to
you. What he did was wrong, no question. But now it's a very straightforward story. Now I get it. You did not. No matter what you want to say, what you want to think, what you're going to say about me, even my brother and people in chat here didn't fully comprehend your story the first 3 or 4 times. So thank you. You don't be arrogant and think, I explained all this already. You're just trying to be good. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, maybe I didn't articulate very well. Maybe explaining over chat. Maybe I left something out I thought I explained because I know the story you don't. So I'm guilty of that. I might say something to him. I forget. You'll ask me for clarification. I'll be like, I'm sorry. Like I'm thinking of something in my mind. I'm jumping to tell him about it, and I'm leaving out things he might not know. I think we're all guilty of that at some time. You got to have a little more humility. I think Horst needs a little more humility to realize, okay, maybe I didn't really articulate this as well as I thought I did. Instead of being defensive, because you didn't. You didn't. Correct me on what? Would he correct me on the weekend thing? Like he's gone for 2 days. Then I don't care if he's gone for a long weekend. How many work days was it? How many days they tell you could be bye-bye for? 2. 2 of you, unmarried, gone for 2 days. I think it's very strict. Okay, now we're getting it. I think Cassandra is saying, well, energy inside. If we're going to go up, I'll write it down.
Yes.
One more beer, is that it? Split a beer? Or no beer.
One more, you take what I can.
I take what you can finish. Yeah. We probably won't tell them about the internet real quick. We got to cut this internet off now. We got to get this out.
We've been thinking about ending the internet for some time just to make sure whomever moves to this house next doesn't get free cable internet on our expense.
And to make the old phone number go bye-bye.
That too.
I will take what you can't finish. If you got to be late, be late. Let them fucking fire you. Be late. Be late if you got to be. You're not going to DUI or car crash. Because, part of the reason I'm good at this, not just being a spurg, my brother's like Horse. He doesn't tell me the full story. I got to ask him 10 times. There's stuff he omits. And I'm like, oh, you didn't tell me that part. Oh, I said this, so it should be good enough for you. I get this all the fucking time. But Cassandra says, whatever you can't finish, I'll take. You don't have to finish all that. Just drink a few more sips and we'll call it. I think most non-spurgs would at some point have a judgment of a person they know. And then when that person tells a story and doesn't fully explain, would give some benefit of the doubt. Well, as a spurg, if we are buddies or at least friendly, we should be able to have these conversations without, I don't feel hatred for Horst. You should be able to go at it and have a back and forth, and at the end of the day say, hey, who cares? Well, we still love each other anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. And I don't know how non-spurgs think. Older I get, my ADHD, I'm getting older. My mind is getting slower. All the pressure we're under, I can't mask. I was never good at masking. I have even less tolerance for masking at this point. So if you come here, you got to know who and what I am. Like I was trying to tell Lennon earlier. I'm back on Earth. Okay. I'm not upset. Okay. I'm up in the clouds. Can someone else chime in? Am I not on Earth? Where am I all over the place? Keep reading. Did I get to them yet? Oh, you sound like my shrink. My shrink was saying once that I'm too confrontational. Bro C is too passive. It would be good if, I can get some of his passivity and he can get some of my confidence. He was saying this to us, right? You came and joined me one time. He was saying, it'd be great if you were less confrontational and your brother was a little less passive. You got trade. He said something to that effect. But Cassandra's talking about the ins and outs of communication. I'm asking about Horse's story. Maybe I'm wrong. Am I the only one who didn't get the full story? Am I the only one who's understanding it now? You all knew this already? Yes. Well, first, you go on and on. Before I read any more, I'm a spurg. Going on and on is very long before I knew what being a spurg was.
Oh, yeah.
I go on. Yeah, that's one of the things people tell you go on and on about the same thing. I didn't even realize it. It's part of who I am. I'm a spurg. Going on and on and on is part of who I am. And when Brosi points it out, it's okay, maybe, but XYZ thing Horst did, blah, blah, blah. what I made up that you were gone for 4 or 5 days. I honestly didn't know how long you were gone for. I don't know what long weekend means. I don't know if you have to work a Saturday or Sunday. Maybe you were working Friday, Saturday. Your then girlfriend was working Thursday, Sunday. I don't know, because we work in jobs where we don't even have weekends. So you got to put yourself in my shoes. A long weekend can mean, well, we were gone for 4 or 5 days. 3 of them were vacation days for me, and then my fiance, she was off that Friday, but she was supposed to work Saturday. So I don't know what a long weekend means. How many business days were you both gone for? Because I don't know. That's what I'm saying. So maybe I misunderstood what long weekend meant. But you're assuming that I know what it means. We work Saturdays and Sundays in most of our jobs.
Yes,
maybe
yes.
Horse is off Saturday, but the wife has to work Saturday, but she's off Sunday. He works. So it's like how many days, how many work days? So we don't know. No, you're wrong. I'll go back and watch. This happened before the panel. You were saying this shit in chat, which is why when you came on, I asked you about it. This shit came up in my chat before you ever came on panel. 1,000% positive. I'll go back and watch it. This all started as a one-off thing that I mentioned briefly on the panel. No, he was talking about Grandma's funeral before he came on panel. When he came on, I asked him about it, but I said, I'm not going to put him backstage. Let him talk. I was interested in his house. We had a good conversation. Ultimately, you were talking about Grandma's funeral before you came on panel. This is bullshit. I'll call you out for bullshit. Oh my God. Now, looking back, he was talking about this in the chat before he came on panel. Maybe part of the problem is his memory's shot, and he doesn't remember what he said or didn't say.
Okay.
But it's easy. It's easy to blame the Spurg, isn't it? I still love you, Horse. This is the truth. I don't know. Horse might be thinking, God, I hate this guy. Strangle him, run him over. I don't know how Horse is feeling. I don't feel ill will towards Horse. It's just this one issue is a big deal for me, not my feelings towards Horse collectively. I don't think any less of Horse, but unbeknownst to me, you might think this guy pissed me off. Let's fucking run him over. Let's get rid of him. I don't know. I don't know how normies think. I think that everything else I'm cool with. It's just this one point. But otherwise, as a Spurg, this point's a point of contention. But I don't hate you otherwise. So I don't know how normies think. But you can see how a Spurg behaves. We were talking about traumas, and well, I've had. I think that's what it was. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm not lying. Maybe I forgot. I'll have to go. I gotta go back and watch the stupid stream. Fine. Exactly. I'll go back and watch. But I definitely remember you were talking about Grandma's funeral before you came on my panel. That I remember, 1,000%. Because I asked you about it because it was what you've been saying in chat. So he's lying or misremembering. See, we're both guilty of it. That's the thing. You get nasty with me. You misremembered. I'm not calling you a liar. You're misremembering. Also, a one-off thing that I mentioned briefly on the panel. That's a misrepresentation. He mentioned this in chat before ever coming on panel. So don't. So now you're doing what you're accusing me of. I always hate when people are oblivious to their own hypocrisy. That pisses me off. Everything you're dumping on me for, you're doing. It's like, dude, examine yourself. I'm examining too. I didn't know what long weekend meant. Okay. You pointed out. I wasn't there. Fine. Maybe I misunderstood what a weekend was. Okay, I was wrong. I don't think it was malicious. I never said malicious. I think you don't realize how obtuse you're being. You don't realize you're not conveying the story. Well, yeah, you corrected the record when we got the full story. Yes. Oh, I'm not angry. I'm not angry with anyone. I'm angry at I am angry at the hypocrisy. I'm not angry at you as a whole. We're talking about something else. I wouldn't care. I think we should be, as friends or online, whatever the hell we are, acquaintances, we should be able to discuss these things without going to bed angry. That's how I feel. I'm not going to say fuck Horse. He's dead to me. My name isn't Danny Boy. My name isn't Destroyed by Foids. I was telling Lennon I don't cut ties. I'm not angry about anything. I'm not angry with you on the whole. Maybe you feel the way about me. I don't know. But on this particular issue, yeah, I feel like I had to pull teeth to get straight answers. Yes, I feel that way definitely. No, correction. He says, I didn't tell the full story from the get-go because the first time I told it to you, I gave you every detail that mattered given what we were talking about. No, you gave every detail that you thought was relevant at the time. You thought in your limited mind. We talk about theory of mind. You're going to bed soon?
soon. But
We're gonna end this right now. Spurgs don't understand how normies think. Likewise, normies don't even attempt. But because, like Dev Pike was saying, majority rules, normies don't have to make these concessions. So this is like a theory of mind problem, but it's always the Spurg's fault. That's how this comes across to me. It's a theory of mind problem, but it's a Spurg's fault. Never does the normie say, well, maybe it's also on my part. Yeah, it's a theory of mind problem, pure and simple. Well, yes. See, is this not working? You still on?
I think we're still on.
I'm clicking. I'm not getting. Wow, this is weird.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Yeah, something like. Yes, we moved on to other things. I don't want to dwell on it, but I'm glad it came back up. Yes, that's why we're talking about other things. Other things. I'm still cool with you when it comes to other things. I'm not even angry or mad at you with this. I'm just trying to be like, So, I can isolate. I can say, I like horse. This one point of contention I have. Maybe normies can't do that. I don't know. But I don't have any problems with anything else. It's just one point of contention. But it's a theory of mind problem. There are three reasons. You put people backstage, fine. I relented. I shouldn't. I should do my thing. That's number one. So I don't want to put you backstage. Number two, I was happy to have someone come on. But the real reason is the truth. The main reason, I was happy to see you. Happy to talk. It's been a long time. Good to see you again. You told me you'd been streaming. I missed those streams. It was just good to see you again. I wasn't even bogged down in the details of this. It was just very good. I'm dead serious. It was good to see you again, which is why I don't want to say, wait. It was like, I haven't talked to Horse in a long time on panel. It was very nice to see you again. That's how I felt, which was why I wasn't all this focused. Wait, I don't recall saying you didn't tell anyone. You told us yourself. They approved it. I don't recall ever saying you didn't tell anyone. I don't recall that. Yes, I thought you were gone for I don't know how many work days you and your wife were gone for cumulatively. 2, I agree. I don't think I ever said you didn't tell you. You told us flat out. They said it was okay, and I don't recall ever saying you didn't tell anyone. Maybe I did. I don't recall saying that. The story you told was that they approved. It was it was approved, and then now we find out it was the boss lied to him. The boss misled him. Nope. But I don't recall ever saying you didn't tell. I don't recall saying that. Well, we understand it better now. We understand. I think I understand. Do you understand? Forget about me and Horse. Does anybody understand it better now after all this?
Well, some Sterlings are hearing this for the first time, so it's hard to gauge. Wow, there's a lot of chat going on.
I'm glad you were engaged. You weren't legally married. I will harp on that because that's another strike. Not saying it was right, but I can see why the boss was even more pissy, knowing how we know the truth about these managers.
Yeah.
I understood that Horsehead could have even fucked up in some way, but at the same time that the company was not extending the right kind of support concerning the severity of the situation. I'm confused about severity.
I guess a death in the family is always kind of hard.
Right.
Horsehead needs some time off, fair enough. Taking another employee, fiance isn't a legal wife who's bound to be there, is a little bit of a stretch. But, the bottom line, the boss said, yes, you have your vacation time. Everything is kosher.
But I love what Thule said. He went away for a family emergency by himself for 3 days, and he got written up for it. 2 to 5, if it were, we now know it was only 2 days, 2 to 5 work days for 2 different employees, which is really 4 to 10 work days. I'm not saying it's right. It sucks what they did to Horse, but it wasn't. Even if it was 2 to 5 work days, it was really 4 to 10 because 2 people are disappearing. So you got to keep that in mind. The weekend not being work days. See, when you work in the shit jobs we do, you don't have the luxury of it.
I don't even have a weekend.
Yeah.
I have one day off. It's Friday. Weekends don't exist for me.
Right. What did I say? Luxurious trauma. All right. I'll go back and watch. Okay. Because I didn't ask you because I was happy to see you. I want to see your house. I want to hear what you're doing. This is actually a good thing from a Spurg.
Just to see your beautiful
Yeah,
face.
just to
is
see
enough.
it. When, horse, when will I see you again? When will we share precious moments? You hadn't been on panel in so long. I was just happy to have you again. That I wasn't even thinking about all that.
So smitten.
I was, yeah. So that's the reason. That's the truth. Why I didn't get all that. Afterwards, I thought about it. I'm like, wait,
I gotta go to bed.
I'll take your shit. I'll after I finish
Good
my
night,
beer, I'll call.
everybody.
You have water upstairs.
Yes, I
Just
do.
leave that there. If you gotta be late, be late. Don't risk a DUI or a crash for this job. Be late. And I gotta go upstairs and maybe take my room apart. Maybe I'll set up my little camera on my stand, and I'll stream me pulling my room apart, or not. I don't know. This wheelchair is getting me a pain in the ass. Hold on. I'm gonna get off soon too. But so you can tell I've been walking for a while now. I forgot how to work a wheelchair. I want to finish. I like to finish the beer before ending the stream. If I end prematurely, I will. No, I was happy to see you again, horse. Yes, it was a good conversation on the whole. That was just one point of contention. I like the other points. Oh, wait a minute. OC, you saying you disappeared for a week does imply both that he didn't tell anyone and he was gone for 7 days. The word disappeared implies it. No, I think you inferred it. I don't think it implies it. I didn't know what a long weekend was. Plus, I guess I'm trying to think of like a work week, 5 or 6 days. You're guaranteed at least one day off, hopefully. I'm thinking of like work terms, work day terms. Okay, you disappeared. Sounds to me like no one knew where you were. Okay. I meant you disappeared. The way you meant long weekend. You disappeared as in you were gone for quite a while. Longer than expected for a grandmother's funeral. Well, in fairness, see, you're saying you think you understood what he was getting at. You think. But you concede it was even more clear now. You're welcome. See, just clarity. I'm not the only one who didn't have full clarity. It's not just me. It's easy to point to the Spurg, but horse, even my brother and Cassandra are like, well, we there's some clarity to be gained from a Spurg, asking for specifics. But if the details matter than saying girlfriend is girlfriend, well, you were engaged. I guess she was your fiance. That's great. I'm talking about when I'm thinking about it from like a work perspective. How many work days are you legally bound to this person? I'm talking from. So I wasn't asking what was the funeral like. Well, me and my fiance went away for a long weekend. Okay, that's when you can describe the funeral. I was asking about the work situation because you said it was traumatic when you got fired. All of a sudden, I'm thinking in terms of business days. Are you lawfully wed or related to this person? I'm thinking like business terms. You know what I mean? You know, this wasn't a story about, yeah, I saw my cousin. Me and my fiance took a long weekend to go to grandma's funeral. We got home. We were both fired. It's like, I'm trying to get the details of the story. How many work days? You were both gone. You weren't legally married. Yes, those specifics. And technically, isn't a girlfriend and a fiance the same thing? You're not engaged to your girlfriend. You're engaged to your fiance, but you're not lawfully wed. So, yeah, your fiance is still your girlfriend until you legally tie the knot. You're not man and wife. Yeah, you fiance, you're engaged. She's still your girlfriend. She's no. So now, she was your girlfriend. She became a fiance. She was still your girlfriend until she became your wife. Yes, girlfriend is correct. It's not really a mistake. You can clarify. Yeah, we were engaged. She was my fiance at the time, but you're still not legally married. So yeah, she was your girlfriend and you were engaged. Okay, that's cool. All right. So, wait, we're lucky. What are you saying here? Your great grandma. Okay, it's not forget grandma. This is great grandma. Your great grandmother dies. You were both expected to be at the funeral. By whom? By family members? clearly not your boss. Who expected you? Who are these people who expected you? No, Horse, that's all in your head. You've clearly misconstrued me. You got me wrong, as so many normies do. It's not looking for a gotcha moment. It's like I think about it more. I'm like, wait. No, I'm trying to like put it together. What would I do in the situation? Why did he think he could do that? Does he not understand this? Not really a gotcha. More like, let me ask him. Well, if you had said to me, another guy's great grandmother died, and like 3 of his best friends who also worked there, they disappeared for a full week and no one cared. But me and my fiance got, for 2 days got fired. I'd say, wow, that adds to the story. Like, I'm looking for things to compare it to, but not a gotcha moment. I think that's your paranoia seeping in. I don't know why this is so slow. I'm clicking on this. There. I agree. There's more clarity now. I don't think it was imperative. And just the point is more clearly now in line with what I thought before. Well, then, good for you. I'm a Spurg. Yeah, spell it out for me. 3 sentences would make it very clear for me. Hold me to my own standards. Okay. That's not what I'm, Christ. A long weekend, a fiance, that means something when talking to, personal chat. In business terms, you're not legally married. How many business days are you going? I'm thinking about the business aspect. You're getting approved for vacation. That's where the trauma came in. They fired you for approved vacation time. How many days was this other person legally married? I'm talking about there's business versus pleasure. You normies talk about business versus pleasure. You're talking about the pleasure aspect. I'm talking business here. No, I don't really care for Heineken. If I'm already drunk, I can drink it. I never my one uncle. This would be my father's sister's husband. Always loved Heineken. I always thought it tastes like piss. It's not bad if I'm already I've had a couple Budweisers, a couple Bushes, maybe a Rolling Rock. Yeah, I'll have a Heineken. I wouldn't start with a Heineken. No, I'm not a fan. Okay. Well, all that matters is it makes sense to me. It makes a little more sense now. Yeah, but Cassandra, did you work at the same job? Were you able to get time off? Was he able to get time off? How many business days did you and your boyfriend get off for great-grandma's funeral? And were you working the same job? You've heard what I've said. There's no need to be this vague in text. Well, I would imagine, here's the thing, Horse. If you put in for short-term vacation, they'll raise an eyebrow. So you went out of your way to explain it's a funeral. I'm taking my girlfriend/fiance. And the boss said, I don't like this. This isn't a gotcha moment. This is one of those, okay, short-term vacation, 2 employees, very short notice. I'm not saying what they did to you was right, but it adds more clarity to your story. Okay, you worked at the same job. How many work days did the 2 of you need off for great-grandma's funeral? And again, we're going on weird details. I got him the job at my job since he needed something. That's great. It doesn't answer the damn question. Didn't ask about how you end up working in the same place. You're working at the same job. You both need time off for great-grandma's funeral. How'd it go down? How many work days the 2 of you have to miss? Did you put in for vacation, personal? It was Christmas plus a few. So great-grandma's funeral had no bearing on your work schedules. Is that correct? This funeral had nothing to do with your work schedules. You were both able. Convenient. Grandma died at a holiday time, and you were both out of work that long. because I've worked Christmas Day, I've worked Christmas Eve, I've worked the night of Christmas. So, okay, you both had plenty of time off for great grandma's funeral. So, how does this relate to the damn story? You're trying to say, well, we weren't married. Oh wait, someone's going meow meow. Want to see if the cat comes in? Well, it's interesting. It's not really pertinent. I mean, it's I understand. You're saying, okay. Real quick. I don't want to scare her, but look, someone wants to say hi. I'll let her back out. I am a cat lover, and she's a very friendly cat. Leave her some leftover pork chop. All right. I forgot what we were talking about. Yeah, I gotta say, you saw me. I brought the cat in. Very friendly. Didn't struggle. It might be something, like you said, might be someone's pet, just a little beggar or something. I don't know. Gave her some milk and some pork chop. Okay. Where was he? Where was I? Where were we? Mullah. You're right. The cat knows best. It's saying, him and his fiance took a long weekend. Shut the fuck up. Well, I brought it. The cat's come in once or twice. Yeah, very nice, friendly cat. Yeah, but I don't know. Was it abandoned? Did someone say, "Don't want this cat"? Threw it out? Is it just someone's pet that goes around? I don't know. Yes, yeah, it's not feral. It's clearly used to humans. Could it be a farm cat? That every now and then I've heard farm cats. If you're ever been to a farm, the cats let you pet them. They're not hostile, but they're in work mode. Every now and then, a farm cat will get very nasty and run off and become feral. And every now and then, the opposite happens. The farm cat doesn't want to catch mice. It wants to come in the house and be a pet. So this could be a farm cat that wandered off. It could be someone's pet. It could be abandoned. Maybe someone moved and they lost the cat. I don't know. He's clearly used to humans. And it's fairly young. I'd imagine a year or two old. So it's a young kitty. Yeah, very cute. Very friendly. Somehow knows that we'll give it food. I'm behind in chat. You saw the cat? I brought the cat in. Very friendly cat. Didn't scratch, didn't bite. It was all, no. Yes, I know. It's definitely used to people. It's been socialized. Is it someone? I wouldn't take the cat. Is it someone's pet that just goes house to house? Was it abandoned? I don't know. I don't know the cat's story. Oh yeah, I've had cats before. I'm not a stranger to cats. It's been a long time, like 10 plus years. I'm not. My sister brought cats home when we were growing up. I'm not a stranger to cats, the felines. Hmm. Oh, if it were feral, it wouldn't even be. If it were feral, it wouldn't even be going meow. I would. It wouldn't even give me its attention. So clearly, this is used to people. Yes, it's been socialized, but yes, clearly. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now we're getting back to the little horsehead story, but broadening it. I never said it was feral. I said. I don't think I did. I'd said before. My brother was here. Clearly, this cat. We expected. Was it a farm cat that didn't want to catch mice? Wanted to come into the house? Did someone abandon it? Did it get lost? I never said it was feral. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I told you the cat came in the house the other night. It was rubbing against my legs. Came in the house. It's clearly not a feral cat. I don't think I ever said it was feral. You guys put words in my mouth and then accuse me of doing the same, Cassandra. And don't tell me it's hard to communicate over text because you're seeing me in real time talking to you. I never said it was a feral cat. Yeah, I feel bad. I want to start coming around here looking for food if I'm moving out in a month. You know what I mean? Oh, you think she has a home? Why is she coming here begging for food? Are her owners? Oh my God, is it one of those things where it's like, oh, the owner is a vegan and doesn't want to give the cat meat? Is it one of those situations? You still own this cat? Let's be specific. You brought this cat with you from Texas? Why do you own a feral cat? I think you did have a cat you showed once. You brought the cat with you to Washington? Can you be more specific? Because I'm not understanding the full details. You own a feral cat. I've never touched it. You brought it with you from Texas to Washington? Oh. Right. I never said it was feral. Horace, you finally said something I agree with. Her new name is Pork Chop. There we go. You got a name. I like it. Pork Chop. Actually, it reminds me, remember Doug. The dog's name was Pork Chop, dude. I guess I can call her Pork Chop. Sure. Cat is Pork Chop. Do I have to scroll down because I'm behind the chat? It's a lovely cat, but it's going to be sad. We have to move away and probably come on the deck. Meow. Oh, someone doesn't attack it or call the animal control. We need more milk now. The milk is basically for my brother's coffee. Now we got. I gave this cat a lot of milk, a lot of old food. It's well fed. I don't know. It might have been abandoned. It was clearly used to humans, but someone might have just said, "We're moving away. Don't need the cat. Go away." Or it could have run off, or it could have gotten lost. Yes, it's not feral. It wasn't born wild away from humans. It's socialized. It could be a farm cat that wants to be friendly. I don't know. Well, I gave it some water, didn't drink it. So I gave it water, didn't touch it. I've been on for 4 hours now. I'm glad I talked to Eric Draven. I'm glad I had this pedantic argument with the Horsehead. It's been fun. I'll stay a little longer. It's some beer. 4 hours this turned into. Eric Draven asked me, like, at the 2 hour mark, how long I'd be on for. I didn't expect. I can't. It's been 4 fucking hours. This is a good escape. Talking to you people, feeding a cat. It's a good escape from the problems in my life. Now, Laffy, this is the girl that Lennon tells me I should cut ties with. Well, miss, I got to cut ties with you, so says Lennon, because DBF allegedly told him that. Yes, I'll drop cheese. Actually, the cat, maybe I should give the cat some cheese. Cats like dairy. Give it some cheese. See, why would you trap it? It's a feral cat. Just let it be. Why would you? This cat is meow, wants attention. Why would you trap a feral cat? I say it's feral. Let it be. Okay. No more than a. Don't drop more than a tablespoon of cheese. Yeah, but why would you take a feral cat? In fact, the cat wasn't even looking for you. It was just prowling around. Why would you capture a feral cat? Just let it be. I don't get that. This cat, like you said, is not feral. It wants human attention. Oh. Well, I think this guy is still there. I can go check. Sometimes it hangs out. Sometimes it goes away. Sometimes it rolls around on the deck. It's very friendly cat. Most likely female. Hope it doesn't plan on getting pregnant and thinking this is a good place to raise its kittens. Because Oh, see? An onion layer. Okay. So a cat got run over. Was it someone's pet? Was it another feral? Which cat? I want to know. Was it? Did your daughter get upset? We want more details. And did that put some guilt in you? Said, "Oh, let's not let another cat die." You can expound upon it. Do I love cats more than two? Well, it's hard to answer that question because I haven't held a cat like that in over 10 years. I'll have to think about it. I will think about it. Can't say yes or no just yet. The more I pet the cat, I'll see who I love better. It's been a long time since I picked up a cat and said, "Here's the cat." I haven't done it in a long time. Ah. That's actually kind of sad. Someone might wonder where their pet cat went. Did someone steal it? When in fact it's buried in your backyard. That's kind of, I mean, I understand. I'm not talking, but it's like, did you ever think, does it have an owner? Is someone looking for a cat? But I guess there's not much you can do. I'm glad to hear that. But Totem, in fairness, you haven't had a stray cat. I never said it was feral. I've made it very clear. It's a farm cat or someone's pet or abandoned. I made that very clear. It's used to humans. You've never had a cat, I don't think, come up and go, when you're doing your Dugnod. When you're doing Dugnod, did one cat come up and say, "Meow, I love you, Totem, meow." Yeah, you haven't had that. Maybe you can't compare yet. Well, I understand. It's hard to tell these things. Yeah. But see, I share my life. I told you, this cat's been coming around. You don't have to believe me. Did you see the damn cat? It's not my cat. All right, I'm going to finish my beer and call it. I like, Horace, I'm a Spurg. I like the back and forth pedantic. We can disagree, but still, at the end of the day, love each other. Some people struggle with that concept. I enjoy talking to Eric Draven. Very good. The kind of SSDI to SSI disability, Social Security talk I would have hoped from others, but I got a little from Todd, and I got a decent amount from him. Of course, Draven's in a different boat than I am, no work history, whole slew of suicide attempts and psych ward stays. So the odds were in his favor, and he's on SSI, and he's got understanding parents who evidently are both on disability. I'm in a different boat. Like you were saying, Cassandra, me and my brother trying to move is a different boat. We got our parents, 2 dumpsters worth of shit to throw out, and we probably need a third. We're just getting to our shit now. It's such a nightmare. But it's still good to compare notes. Yes, spirited bass. I think some people, when I get like that with them, I hate you, OC. You're my enemy now. Others say, "Oh my God, OC talked to Horse like that. He's so toxic." They're looking for a justification for their hatred, which already existed. I told my shrink, I didn't piss these people off. They hated me to begin with, and they were looking for something. Because Horse and I can go back and forth at it, and at the end of the day, love you, Horse. I think people are looking. That's what I'm asking the third-party observers to observe. People are looking for a reason to hate a Spurg. Any ammunition. He was so toxic to Horse, eh? Yeah, changed history. All this bullshit. They'll look for any little thing. You were so mean to Chris Dubs, even though Todd's my hero and Dubs is being a drunken asshole. They'll look for any little thing to make me public enemy number 1. That's how I feel. Do you anyone agree? You can disagree. Does anyone see it? Is there any point in me even streaming? No one? No. I'll finish my beer and say goodnight. I have the door open. I see if the cat's still there. I'll check in a minute. Why does everyone get mum when I ask these questions about Normie Spurg interactions or people interactions? Why does everyone get so mum? Is there also something I'm missing about human behavior? Restart stream. Not a good look. Lennon told me I should cut ties with you, Laffy girl. I might have to put you. I might have to cut ties because Lennon told me. Serious. No one has any opinions. Really, everyone gets quiet. Wonderful. Typical. Cassandra will go on about, well, it's hard to understand things in text. And when my great-grandma died, me and my boyfriend, but we had a... But then she gets quiet when I ask a question like this. No one wants to answer. Yeah, typical. Oh, well. Off-grid is... Who's Mason Reese? Mason Reese? Okay, I got a totem. I love you, but you're the one talking. Conveniently, Horse and Cassandra got quiet. Typical, convenient. No one wants to actually do a deep dive into a Spurg's, insights or observations. Typical, very typical. Thank you. Really, this would actually been some good feedback, but no one. Occupational click out.